As far as my personal introduction, I'll just hit a couple of highlights, and as we progress through the course, there's a couple of experiences that I will share that is in line and consistent with the training material and the problem statements that your team developed today. So I'll give you a little bit of customized introduction actually throughout the course by sharing some case studies or some experiences that I've had with these methodologies. My journey with continuous process improvement actually started in 1992, so it's been a minute. And at that point, I was still young in the Navy. You know, I was on my first tour in the Navy, and I ended up spending 26 years in the Navy. I thought that I was only going in for 4 years. That was the initial plan and expectation, but I ended up spending 26 years. And a big part of that longevity had to do with getting involved with continuous process improvement and having a lot of really good success. When I started with in 1992, it wasn't Lean and Six Sigma that we was deploying in the Department of Defense. It was TQL and TQM, Total Quality Leadership and Total Quality Management. But the touch in the field is very much similar to Lean and Lean methodologies, and then Six Sigma, come along and it adds a lot more statistical analysis, to go along and complement the Lean journey. But it's also familiar because it all comes from the same origins, and so we'll talk a little bit about the history of Lean and the history of Six Sigma as we get into this introduction. But I was working outside of my occupational specialty in the Navy at the time when I started this continuous process improvement journey. My occupational specialty was aviation electronics. But they had me in a base police department, and that's how I was spending my first tour of duty as a patrolman in a base police department. The expectation was that was only going to be for a couple of years, but these methodologies allowed us to garner so much success, not just at my one installation and not just with military police, but reaching across to 11 different states in the Northeast corridor, and reaching across municipal police, state police, federal agents, DEA, FBI. We garnered the opportunity to gain a tremendous amount of alignment in our law enforcement approach and disciplines, and actually changed laws, rules, regulations, tactics, procedures across these various disciplines. That success elevated me to the chief of police, still working outside of my occupational specialty. And eventually I did leave the police department and went into the area of my occupational specialty for aviation support, and was in a location in Fort Worth where we were able to 2 times over win the Site of the Year across the entire Navy Marine Corps for continuous process improvement. And that was after I made the transition from TQL and TQM to Lean and Six Sigma methodologies. But again, it was very familiar to me because of a very common core. My expectations from what I'm hearing and what I've seen off of your experiences from your pre-assessments, a lot of you have bits and pieces of this methodology, but haven't had the opportunity to bring all those bits and pieces together. So that's what we seek to accomplish through the conduct of this course. And if you've had the opportunity to preview this course already, you see that there's 659 slides, and that may seem like a lot, and really it is a lot. I want to set your minds at ease. It is not my intent to go through each one of these slides with you. As we go through the course, we're going to be making determinations where we're going to kind of speed up through some slides and where we're going to kind of slow down through some slides. You will have everything that you need to have to be successful to get your launch with your performance improvement projects. And we're going to start giving you some structure even during this training to start recognizing how Lean and Six Sigma efforts are complemented by working with teams. And so we'll start building your teams, building the narrative for your teams and how to pursue different areas of improvement in your organization. But the nice thing is you get to work in teams. Now, as we get into the objectives of this course, I not only want to talk about Lean and Six Sigma, we'll discuss the basics about Lean and Six Sigma in the first part of today, but then we're going to get into the actual methodology. And through this week, we'll be talking about the define, measure, analyze, improve, and control stages. That's the DMAIC model. Now, there's a couple other models that we'll touch very briefly on, but 95% of what organizations are doing out there with continuous performance improvement under Lean and Six Sigma employs the DMAIC model. And because of that, ASQ and IASSC body of knowledge are all centered around the DMAIC model. So this Lean and Six Sigma being industry neutral, I can't express that enough. I've had the opportunity to work across multiple countries and working across just about every type of legal industry that you could imagine. I haven't had the opportunity to work for illegal industries, or actually I wouldn't pursue those opportunities. But just about every type, as it's expressed up here and even more, IT, manufacturing, healthcare, defense, radio and communications, telecommunications, banking and finance, and this is just touching the surface. There's so much more, if you think of a legal industry and say, hey, Bob, have you ever worked with this area? Chances are the answer is probably going to be yes. And why? Because this focus of Lean being a war on waste and this focus of Six Sigma being a war on variation is really it's process applicable. And whatever it is that you're doing out there, and it doesn't matter if you're rendering services or if you're making widgets in a manufacturing company, whether it's a transactional flow or whether it's a physical flow, whether it's products or whether it's services, Lean and Six Sigma is necessary tools, to really get to that more optimal state that your organization needs to be at. And what's really important is what your customers, your clients are relying on you to be at a certain level of performance. And so Lean and Six Sigma, a lot of times we just say Lean Six Sigma, okay? But it really is two methodologies. It's Lean and it's Six Sigma. But when we bring these together, they're very complementary. There can be some moments of argument between the two methodologies. We'll discuss that a little bit as we go along. But when we get the synergy happening between Lean and Six Sigma, and I'm focused on waste elimination, and I'm focused on quality and eliminating variation at the same time, it really yields what we're looking for. And that's the improved customer satisfaction, both internal and external. First and foremost, we want to focus on that customer. What is the customer wants, needs, and desires? And again, we do talk about the internal customer and the external customer. Ultimately, we want to map our improvement efforts towards that external customer, an end user of services and products. But then in order to get to that end user, we have to satisfy the wants, needs, desires, expectations of our interdependent customers that are within our organization and across our supply chain. Not each one of you are going to have interactions directly with an end user customer. But you're part of that system that ultimately satisfies what that customer is looking for. Now, when we talk to nonprofits or we talk to government agencies and we talk about increased profits, it kind of falls on deaf ears. But really what we're talking about is, in your situation, it's increased mission capability. And it's the same thing across my 26 years in the military. It was about increased mission capability. If I can save money in one area by not wasting it, what that allows me within the organization is to really satisfy that customer wants, needs, and desires at a greater level, more people that we can satisfy, or being able to satisfy them to a higher level, because we have reduced waste and we have eliminated that variation within the process flow that really stills all of our funds and all of our mission capability. And so for your perspective, when you see increased profit, just think of increased mission capability. Now, typically what we're focused on at the Greenbelt level is being able to do short run line of business, product line, business process, or service projects as an enablement through the Lean and Six Sigma Greenbelt level. But in reality, kind of the sky is the limit. If you can build a team that's capable of reaching the domain that you need to reach, it doesn't have to be this short run line of business impact that the Greenbelt's going to make. You can make some global enterprise, some very far-reaching impacts, no matter what belt level you're at. Now, some of you may have had white belt and yellow belt in the past. Most of that's about terms and definitions, glossary. You're not really viewed as a project practitioner yet. Green belt is the intermediate level, but for a lot of people in their journey, it becomes the entry level, and that's all right, because the discipline, allows for that and supports that. And we'll talk about the structure of the discipline and the belt system as we go through the course, but it doesn't matter. Coming in at the green belt level, what's important to understand right now is you're going to have a project impact that is commensurate with the type of team that you can build around you. Individually, we will fail. Individually, I will fail. If I'm functioning as an individual, I'm going to fail. If not in the immediate, across time. And so what we focus on is building the right teams for the right situation, for the right moment, for the right challenge. And then we can be very audacious about what we can achieve. And maybe we will fall off the horse, but we can get back up again. It's a whole lot easier to get back up on a horse that you fell off of if you have a little assistance. But in reality, what can we do if we work together as a team? Well, we can go to the moon and beyond if we work together as a team. Anybody in this audience, do you think you can go to the moon by yourself? Can you go to the moon by yourself?
No.
No.
No, sir. No, but you know what? If it's really important enough, and that's what needs to get done, I don't know, save all humanity or whatever, then we can build the right team and we can actually get there. And that's what's important. And so, think about that. So when we talk about this target audience, really what we're talking about is you not building up as an individual, but you building up as an element of a team. We seek a prerequisite of candidates to have 2 to 3 years work experience in any niche or sector, specifically because we don't want people coming, straight out of academia and never having worked in the real world and then picking up this belt. Now, if some of you have, only 1 year experience or something like that, then that's going to be, you're going to need to lean on your team a little bit more about, their professional experience and things of that nature. We can overcome those challenges. All right, so as a professional, you can benefit from being a Lean Six Sigma green belt in many ways. The big thing is being able to not just seek and identify a problem or opportunity for improvement, but how do we bring all these tools together and how do we leverage these concepts and emphasize the focus on the customer value creation? How do we bring all this together and make something coherent as a direction that this team needs to go into? And so it's not that we can just go attack problems, but that we can build teams, and we can do that in a very systematic and well-supported way. And why will it be well-supported? Because we're not just going to focus on the symptoms. We're going to identify root causes of problems, and we're not just going to develop root causes of problems and identify them. The focus and the reason why we develop root causes is so we can develop solution. And so the objective isn't to define root causes. The objective is to develop solutions towards those root causes. And by the way, whatever problem you have, you probably don't have a root cause. You probably have a suite of root causes. You probably have, a variety of different root causes. And so we're not going to stop early on. So when we combine Lean and Six Sigma together, we can focus on that reduction of waste in the process. And some of that eliminating waste in the process actually gives you time. It frees up time and it frees up resources, capital investment, and everything else. So you can actually do a deep dive into creating more value for your customer and doing defect mitigation, not just like a fireman and wait until the structure is on fire and then go put it out, but doing that preventative work to prevent the fire from ever occurring in the first place. Well, how do we do that? By standardizing processes and identifying, what are really the key business requirements, gaining competitive edge, and increasing, again, mission capability for your organization. So the way that we're going to cover this is the first part of this morning, we're going to talk about the overview of Six Sigma. And if you were taking any test with IASSC, ASQ, or our organization, it doesn't matter which certification protocol you're going to follow, it's always going to follow this same format. The overview of Lean Six Sigma, the define, the measure, the analyze, the improve, and the control. Now, we're going to spend most of our time this week in the define, measure, and analyze. Even more so, spending a lot of good quality time with define and measure. By the time that we get to analyze, we're going to be watching a lot of videos together. We'll see videos even prior to analyze, but we'll get deep into some videos when we get into the analyze, because it helps participants to not just see a formula for a statistical analysis, but actually see what is going on behind the scenes, or if you're using software, how do I interpret the output of that software? And so we support that very much with video use. By the time that we get to improve goes very quickly, because it all becomes kind of reliant on the brainstorming that you're going to do with the earlier phases as a team, and then the continued brainstorming. Well, that becomes very problem specific. We have just a few new tools that we'll talk about by the time that we get into improve. And then in control is going to go very, very fast for you, because a lot of what's in the academic side is just notional forms and things like that. Your organization is going to have its own controlling documents. We're just going to stress certain categories. Now, the one thing that's interesting that you will actually learn in the control section, if you're not well familiar, is we'll get into control charting. And there's 10,000 different types of control charts. We're just going to focus on some of the main control charts and even take it at even a higher level. Just talk about control charts in general and why do we use control charts and how do they function and how can you start setting them up. But none of that stuff in control section with control charts is going to go on a highly granular level. We're going to stay pretty high level on that. Now, for those of you that have some test concerns, hopefully this alleviates some of those concerns. If you was taking the test with IASSC, the International Lean Six Sigma Body of Knowledge applies, and they ask 100 questions, and they may ask 110 on some, and those 10 questions be control questions, and they're only going to score 100 of them. ASQ does the same thing, except ASQ always asks 110 questions on the green belt. Okay, and I understand, Leanne, but we're going to get there. All right, and this is basically the breakdown that you're going to see for how many questions are going to ask in each particular area, whether it's IASSC or whether it's ASQ. Now, there's a couple of things about IASSC and ASQ that make them very hard and makes it difficult for people to be successful or engage with it. And that is, IASSC is a closed book exam. They give you 3 hours for those 100 questions, and it's a closed book exam. And you're looking at 659 slides here. Well, that's just the tip of the iceberg for the body of knowledge for either ASQ or IASSC. Either one of those body of knowledge is thousands of pages long. And so what that should tell you is that IASSC and ASQ is not a 5-day journey towards certification. It's going to take you months and months on end. In fact, ASQ requires that you do a DMAIC project and that you do it in a template format and that you have an executive in your organization. It has to be at the executive staff level. Yeah, I mean, not staff level, but it has to be at the executive level. And an executive in your organization has to sign an affidavit validating that you actually led, not just participated in, but you actually led this performance improvement project under the DMAIC model, and then you provide the evidence of that. And then you can sit there and take the test. Now with ASQ, it is an open book test, but it's still the same time challenges. And so in 3 hours, you don't really have enough time to look up 100 questions at the level that they're going to ask. Now, where does that leave you in your journey? Well, your current Lean Six Sigma Green Belt program, myself, as well as iCertGlobal, we are accredited by ASQ and IASSC. I'm specifically accredited under both of those bodies, and everything that I present to you is out of the body of knowledge of both of those methodologies, but it's the important stuff. It's important stuff to get you rolling and get you ready to do projects for improvement with your organization. And Gerardo, yes, the test that I'm going to provide to you, as well as the test that you'll take with IASSC and ASQ, is multiple choice. Okay, now I'm going to give you a 60-question multiple choice test that is completely supported by this study guide that I've already given you. The study guide has, at the end of it, 90 pages of glossary. And so 90 slides of the 659 slides is just glossary and support appendix. And if you just studied the glossary, you would be very successful with the test that I'm going to give you. But everywhere throughout the training modules, there's certain highlights of information. At the end of each section, you also have a quiz that helps start getting you prepared for that test that you're going to take. Now, I administer the test from Google Drive, and I will instantly know what your results are. You will instantly know what your results are. If you don't get at least an 80, I want you to take the test again, but that's okay. You just roll up your sleeve and you take the test again. If you've taken it a second time and you still haven't cut an 80, you and I will probably be talking on the phone and evaluating whatever that gap is, and we'll make sure that we can close that gap and you'll actually execute the test again. But by and large, my participants only typically have to take the test once, maybe twice, okay? But I'm thinking everybody is ambitious here to do a good job with it, and so we'll say you're only gonna need to do it once, okay? And that can actually be on Friday, or you can take that into next week. I don't want you to delay much more than a week. And so, you know, if you're going to start delaying more than a week, I'm probably going to be chasing you down. Don't be afraid of it. You know, just do it. There, we'll put it that way. All right. So I want you to feel comfortable that the test, it is a challenge, but it's not my objective to make you memorize a bunch of material. I want to get Royal. What do you think is really the source of how you're going to learn about Lean and Six Sigma? Do you think it's going to be by taking a test in an academic course, or by doing things in the real world? What do you think?
By doing things in the real world.
That's it. That's it. And that's going to be my focus for each of you in your organization, is to set you up for actually doing real world projects and actually, you know, not just reading about define, measure, analyze, improve, and control, but actually using these tools and using a specific template that points you to which tools you need to use with your team, and actually going out and exercising that. That's where you learn. But guess what? You're not going to learn it all with the first project. This is a lifelong journey. Continuous performance improvement, knowing it, understanding it, learning how to apply it to your organization and to the real world around you beyond your organization. That's a lifelong journey. It's just like with doctors and lawyers, they call them practitioners, okay? They call a doctor a practitioner. They call a lawyer a practitioner. Well, continuous performance improvement professionals are practitioners. What are you doing? You're practicing continuous improvement. And you will never have all the answers, and you will never have 100% of the understanding of the world around you. But through practice, you'll get better and better. And if we practice at it as a team, it helps to mitigate and safeguard against some of the worst type of errors that can happen out there. All right. So we will talk about a couple of other models during this course. A lot of you are probably familiar with A3 thinking. A3 is just a paper size, and so, you know, when we talk about A3, we're talking about being able to give a window view, a showcase view of one sheet of paper. You know, what are you doing for plan, do, check, act stages? Okay, so it's following the PDCA model. Sometimes you see this as a PDSA model, the plan, do, study, act. They're both very common in design and execution. Here, we're going to spend most of our time talking about the Six Sigma DMAIC model, define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. And there is also, under the same disciplines, we can go with a DFSS, which is a design for Six Sigma. So if I was designing new products and services, not just improving, products and services or the flow therein, but I was actually, the inventor in the lab, so to speak, then we would focus more on the define, measure, analyze, design, and verify model. But in reality, everything that I could do with DFSS and DMAIC, I can do with DMAIC, okay? And it's just, there's a couple of different tools that come into play here with DFSS, but that's all right. We're gonna talk about them during this training, such as House of Quality, FMEA, and very much you can use those tools in the DMAIC. And so you'll understand a little bit more about what I'm talking about for House of Quality or FMEA, failure modes, effects analysis, as we get into that area of material. But this is going to take us into a break here pretty soon, but we're going to talk about the introduction to Six Sigma really throughout the day. Six Sigma we're going to focus on change empowerment and seamless training of resources so we can work together as a team. And one thing that's very key and important to pick up here, and it's actually a question on ASQ, on IASSC, is what's the most important element for Six Sigma to be successful? You gotta have consistent top management support. If you don't have consistent top management support, you can't really do continuous improvement in your organization and have it be sustainable with any level of success. You have to have that top management and support. And does somebody want to guess why that is? Why do you need top management support in order to do continuous performance improvement that is sustainable across your organization? Trinice, what do you think?
Because, well, you need all the resources, and they provide all the resources.
Oh, thank you. That's an important aspect, isn't it? If I'm gonna do this performance improvement, I need resources. I need time. I need to put a team together. Maybe we need to purchase, something, as a result of our discoveries. Just doing a study, is expensive though, and so we have to have resource allocation. And we would love to see all the top managers, even the executives, jumping on board and getting involved in some of the activities. But at a minimum, we need them to fund it. We need them to authorize it. And we need their help in institutionalizing whatever change our team comes up with. And so your change is going to run central to this IPO flow model. We're going to add a little bit before and a little bit after this IPO flow model, but everything about the processes in your organization and beyond your organization across your supply chain, process is really about flow, and it's about inputs, process, and output, okay? And so we're talking about changing changing X's into Y's. And so what is the X? Well, the X is whatever fill in the blank input that you're going to make, whether it's a physical or whether it's an intrinsic input. And an example of an intrinsic input could be knowledge, experience, decision-making capacity. Those are type of, things that you can't really touch, but they're important inputs into a process. And then you do have those physical inputs that you can actually touch, like a computer. You have to have a computer, to input into your process. And so then you have, the actual functional steps of your process, and then we have our output. Now, all this is supported by a mathematical function of y equals the function of x. And so what we're going to do is we're going to look at whatever process flow that you have and use the transfer function and think of it and then actually measure it in mathematic terms. And a lot of times that comes down to measuring time, because time is money, right? Money is time. And a lot of our flow concerns are really about time, but there's many other things, you know, that we will measure along this journey. But a lot of times it is time. And this breakdown of the define, measure, analyze, improve, and control, it's these are things that you've heard of, I'm sure, in the past. Hey, you got to define the problem, you got to measure the problem, you got to analyze, you got to improve, you got to control it. The question is, have you done it systematically? And not just individually, but as a team and as an entire organization, have you had the opportunity to use this approach, these tools, in a very systematic way? And that's really a big part of the advantage that we're going to draw out of this certification process, not just the course itself, but this certification process, where we can have all these discrete tools under the discrete steps that we're going to do, but really it all comes down to, you know, this area and improve. And that's to get to the point where we can do some effective brainstorming. But in reality, in each one of these states, whether I'm in define, measure, analyze, improve, or control, we need to be doing effective brainstorming throughout these methods. And then the other tools that we need to use, like we'll build a SIPOC. That's just taking your input, process, and output and adding suppliers and customers and mapping it all out, okay? And so we'll use SIPOC, but we need to have effective brainstorming while we're doing that. We'll build a critical to quality tree, but we need to do effective brainstorming around that. And it's just like any one of these tools that we want to bring in, it's all going to center around, can we develop an effective brainstorming strategy and discipline? And so a lot of what we're going to talk about during this week is how do we build that team? How do we build the competency? And it really is a competency. How do we build the competency of being able to brainstorm together successfully? And when we get back from break, we're going to get a little more into some mechanics of both Lean and Six Sigma to discover, you know, how it works. But, you know, realistically, it all starts with this management support. And then we're going to employ a DMAIC methodology. We're going to make sure that we're focusing on being able to identify risks that are associated with our decisions. And if there's a risk there, it doesn't mean that we avoid whatever that risk is. It means that we learn how to mitigate the concerns of that risk, or we need to, you know, remove certain impacts of the risk, or develop a system of managing those risks across time. And so it's not just about, hey, you know, this looks risky, let's not do it. Well, we can't really get a mission done if we're not willing to take risks, but we need to be very prudent in the risks that we're undertaking, and make sure that we have the proper safeguards in place. Now, there's some risks that you need to just walk away from, like this risk here of this guy. You know what? Let him be that person. That's not going to be me. But if it's you, and you know, there's an objective that's going to be served, then guess what? We have to have certain safety protocols, you know, associated with that, or else it'll be the one and only time that we get to do it. And with all this stuff with Six Sigma, we are going to put a lot of emphasis on statistical methods. And you'll see in your training module, we have certain glossary terms pointed out. If you haven't done it yet, one thing that I'm going to recommend that you do is it's not just rely on picking out, you know, a couple of glossary words as we go through the course, but go ahead and print out that last 90 pages. You could do it 2 or 3 slides per page, but go ahead and print out that glossary so you can have it available for your continued reference. And Jorge, why do you think it's helpful to print it out rather than just keep the electronic version of a glossary?
Well, it's easy to go and review the information, right?
It's easier to review, I believe, because you can get your highlighter or you can mark certain things, but a big part of it is it's physical and it's tangible. And so then, you know, you can have these pieces of paper that are sitting on your desk, and when that piece of paper, all stapled together, bound together, or whatever, is sitting on your desk, what is that encouraging? Kristen, what do you think that's encouraging?
Oh, sorry,
Pardon?
I'm using
That's
I'm
fine. What do you think it's encouraging?
to
When I have the
review.
glossary printed out and it's sitting on my desk, what is that encouraging?
Right, it's to follow along and to review. I'm able to review it while you're speaking. I can follow along, I can refer to, I can use it as a tool.
Right. And so, you know, the electronic stuff is great, okay, and you want to have that, but you also, certain things, you want to have the paper. And it's going to keep calling at you and nagging at you. Oh my gosh, I got to read that. Oh my gosh, I got to study that. Oh my gosh, I got to reference back to that. Okay. And then eventually, you know, and it's instead of just loose papers, you know, you can put this stuff in a binder and make it professional. But before you put it in a binder and put it on the bookshelf, leave it sitting in your path for a while. Get well familiar and well comfortable with this stuff. All right. I'm about 3 minutes past what I wanted to be for break. And so I will go to break and open the floor for questions when we get back from break. And so let's come back at, well, I was going to say 15 after, but now let's call it 16 minutes after, because I'll give you 12 minutes for your first break. So come back at 16 minutes after. We'll open up the floor for questions. Okay, welcome back. Erica, can you give me a sound check? Michelle, are you able to hear me?
I've heard you and I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and discuss a side component to the training module here, and that's on thumb voting. As we return from breaks, we're going to start giving a TU. A TU stands for thumbs up. And so if you can hear me and you return from break, go ahead and give me a TU. Put a TU in the chat window. All right, and throughout the course, I'm going to ask you various questions, and if I want everybody to respond, I'll ask for a TU or a TD for a thumbs down. Now, we'll get into talking about this thumbs to the side. Once we get into a particular module, we'll talk about how this tool is used during brainstorming. Just out of curiosity, have any of you used thumb voting during brainstorming methods or during team meetings or things of that nature? Have you seen this before? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs to the side?
I haven't. Excuse me, this is Lenny. I haven't.
Very, very efficient tool. And so what this enables is it enables you to get the team moving and responding very rapidly to short bursts of information that needs to be pulled. And so it can really expedite your meetings, and it can really make sure that you're understanding where concerns may be. And so when we get into the brainstorming section, we'll talk about this more and why it's so important. But simple little tool, you know, that we start training the team, we start training the larger organization to use, and this simple little tool can help so much with your brainstorming activities, because it gets a rapid feedback happening across the group. And then if there are going to be problems like a thumbs down, we can quickly get into identifying what those concerns are and how do we possibly mitigate those concerns to where we can at least get thumbs to the side, which means that I don't agree with you, but you have my consensus. For the team support, I will support the team in this decision, or even preferably get that thumbs up to where there's full agreement with a particular decision. And so again, we'll talk about this more during the brainstorming section, but for the purposes right now, you can use your TU or you can use your TD to respond to various questions. And every time we come back from break, instead of me trying to inventory every person and hear from you audibly, you'll just come back from break and give me a TU. All right, let me switch the screens. All right, so we'll get into a lot of these definitions as we progress through, but I want to highlight this one definition being a defect is every result of an opportunity that does not meet customer specification and does not fall within the upper spec limit and lower spec limit. Now, we can define a defect a variety of different ways, but for the purposes of Six Sigma terms, we're going to start looking at what is an upper spec limit and what's a lower spec limit, how much variation, how much tolerance do we have that we do allow between these boundaries, and then where do we draw that line and go ahead and call something a defect. And so that's kind of where we're heading by looking at some terms that you may be well familiar with, but actually putting them into a Six Sigma perspective. And then what's the mathematic calculations that are associated with with determining what that upper spec limit and lower spec limit is and where we fall in that placement. That's all the things that we're going to be getting into within this material. But when we start talking on those terms, we start being able to relate a level of performance and a level of being defect-free to different sigma process levels. And so to give you an idea, at a 1 sigma level of performance, which is not desirable, you would have 697,672 defects per million opportunities, okay? And a row throughput yield of 30.2328%. And so what does that mean? Well, that means that only 30% is going to be good and nearly 70% is going to be bad, okay? And that's not good. Nobody can be successful, claim themselves to be successful, make money, sustain in business, be able to achieve the mission that's necessary, operating at that level of performance. 3 sigma level, you still have 66,000 errors or defects per million opportunities, 66,807. What's sad is a lot of organizations are actually functioning at about the 2 to 3 sigma level. Okay, they're somewhere between here, 2 and 3 sigma. So somewhere between 300,000 defects per million opportunity and 66,000 defects per million opportunity. That's why the process seems so difficult. That's why there's so much chaos and so much confusion and so much dissatisfaction and so much excess cost. Now, what we want to design for, if we actually design for 6 sigma, a 6 sigma level of performance, in the long term, what we expect out of a 6 sigma level of performance is 3.4 defects per million opportunities. But one thing, when I start talking about this short term and long term, the difference is, if you could imagine a skyscraper, okay, and so imagine a building, that's 80 floors high, okay, very tall skyscraper, and imagine that building, you want it to be sitting, straight up and down, not like the Leaning Tower of Pisa, right? So you want this building to be sitting straight up and down, okay, but I'll ask a question. Who in here might have a little bit of a fear of heights? Erica, what do you think about heights? Are you good with high locations?
No, actually, the older I've gotten, the worse it's gotten.
Okay, and so, okay, so you're a little apprehensive about heights. And so if you was in this building and you was on the 77th floor, you'd be okay though, right?
Inside the building, I'd be fine.
Okay, but now I'm gonna take you outside and put you on the balcony. Are you starting to get concerned?
If I look over.
Now, I was fixing to take you there. Now I'm gonna take you and I'm gonna have you look over the rail. And of course, what do they tell you to do? Don't look down. So as soon as somebody says, don't look down, Erica, what happens?
I'll probably want to look down.
Yeah, we look down. It's like, that child psychology stuff. If I want my child to look down, I tell them not to look down and they look down. No, it's what we do. And in that moment of time, Erica, what do you want? You're a customer of that building architect, those building engineers, those iron workers. You're their customer. You're an end user customer because now you're sitting here on this balcony. You're looking down. What do you want from that building? What do you want as the customer? What do you want that building to do in this moment of time?
I want it to be safe.
Okay, and your consideration of safe is what?
The structure of the balcony, the height of the,
Right?
like protective layer.
So do you want the building to stand straight up and down?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want it to move at all?
No.
No. In your heart of hearts, you don't want that building to move. But one thing that we need to recognize in our mind is we actually need that building to move. We need it to be able to sway. Bro, why do I need that building to sway?
I don't know really. I guess to prevent the view, I guess.
Okay. Somebody else want to take a guess at that? Help roll out here. Why do I want that building to be able to sway?
It's the design, the architecture design proves it's more safer in terms like if there's some type of disaster, that's actually a safer way of building it. That's why they do that little motion, kind of also like bridges. They do the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to design in a capacity for controlled movement, controlled variation, a controlled amount of capacity. Because if it was perfectly still and we tried to keep that skyscraper perfectly rigid, the least amount of wind could actually make the skyscraper tumble down. Okay, it wouldn't even take a huge windstorm. And so why does this apply to your processes? Well, it applies very much to every process that you do. You have to have some type of tolerance, some type of capacity for movement about a position where you want to hold it confined, okay? And it's a concept that I would call rigid flexibility. It seems like an oxymoron. It seems like a paradox, okay? But I need to design a degree of flexibility and a degree of rigidity at the same time. And every process that you have, that has to be designed based off of a total amount of circumstances around you. So we'll start referring to that as a totality of circumstance. And so the totality of circumstance should inform how that process needs to be defined. Now, across the board, with Lean is Six Sigma, with the Six Sigma discipline, if we're going to design for Six Sigma, that's short term that we design, and in reality, it's 2 defects per billion opportunities if you did the math. But where does the 3.4 defects per million come from? Because from the very beginning of developing Six Sigma as a discipline, and Motorola, we'll talk about that here in a minute, it was understood that we need to have a 1.5 Sigma shift capability at that Six Sigma level. And what that means is we allow that process to shift and drift up to 1.5 Sigma, and we expect that across time, long term, we can have that much of shift and still be within a desired outcome level. Okay, and that's specifically when we're at the Six Sigma level. Now, for these lower levels of Sigma process capability, a 5 Sigma, a 4 Sigma, 3 Sigma, I can't tolerate a 1.5 Sigma shift across time. Nature is trying to give me a 1.5 Sigma shift across time, but I can't tolerate that as much. And so I have to do more alerting, more control, or experience more loss associated with that if I can't control it. All right. And so where are we probably going to want to design most of your stuff? It's probably going to be between this 4 Sigma and 5 Sigma zone. 6 Sigma is very expensive. We'll talk about that, okay? But what we're talking about is purchasing different levels of perfection, okay? You'll notice none of them are really perfect. Now, could you have 7 Sigma, 8 Sigma, 9 Sigma? Absolutely. Could you afford it? Probably not. But think of your quality level design as like an insurance policy. If you had a $20,000 vehicle, it would not be prudent to spend $1,000 a month on automobile insurance. But if you had a $2.4 million Lamborghini, then maybe you need to spend $1,000 a month on insurance. And so what level of insurance quality are you going to purchase for your process? Well, that's going to depend. It's going to depend on a business decision. Okay, and so you hear us talking about business decisions, because ultimately what we want to do is we want to eliminate the root cause of problems. We want to pursue perfection both with Lean and with Six Sigma, but we need to do it from a business perspective. How much of a insurance policy towards perfection can I afford to purchase? And so it's not just about making every process perfect. It's what degree of perfection, what degree of immunity from defect or error do we want to have for this particular situation? And what is the particular situation? Whatever it is that you're designing a project around. And so we get to define what that quality objective is with each project. Once you just define what level of perfection that you want to have in a project, then we can start figuring out how we can conform to that. And so it all comes into degrees of excellence of products or services, and conformance to a customer requirement is really how we're technically defining quality. What level of quality do you want to purchase for the specific process that you have in mind? At the birth of Six Sigma, which was actually in Motorola, often your materials are going to reference Bill Smith as being the person that came up with Six Sigma. And that's kind of a false credit. Dr. Michael Harry is the one that actually developed the methodology for Six Sigma. Bill Smith happened to be his boss and helped coin the phrase Six Sigma, but the one that actually created the discipline was Dr. Michael Harry. Now, it's properly pronounced Michael Harry, but he often went by Michael. And so, unfortunately, Dr. Michael Harry has passed away in recent years. I believe it was 2017. But what Dr. Harry did back in Motorola back in the 1980s was actually very huge. What did a mobile phone look like back in the 1980s? What was a mobile phone in the 1980s?
It was like a backpack, no?
Yeah, well, you know, often it came with a backpack or a suitcase or a drop bag, okay? And a big reason for that is because it had a wire attached to it. It had a wire attached to it because it was connected to an uplink, downlink for satellite. And in reality, what that mobile phone was an adaptation of an Army field phone. And Juan, you absolutely got it correct. Okay, it was a brick, and so and that kind of tells us, you know, how did you have to carry this? How did you have to hold it? Does anybody recall? Juan, are you my guy that was in the Army?
No, sir.
Okay, who was my Army guy?
I was, sir.
Okay, Raul. Okay. Have you had an Army field phone before?
I've seen one, yes.
A bag phone?
Yes, sir.
How do you hold that bag phone?
I do
With
know
one
there
hand or
was
two?
it was with two hands.
Yeah, two hands. And so this was a mobile phone back in the 1980s. Okay, we would hold it with two hands like this. Okay, you hold it there, but you're actually grabbing the bottom of it and you're holding it also. Okay, and why do you think that is? Why do you think you were holding it with two hands?
Because it was extremely heavy.
Extremely heavy. It was, well, with regard to phones, okay, it was heavy. It was 8 to 12 pounds. So that's like a small to medium bowling ball. And you can be macho and hold it here with one hand for, a couple of minutes, but going beyond a couple of minutes, guess what? You're going to get fatigued. Hold a bowling ball up to your ear for like 4 or 5 minutes and see how your arm feels. Okay, you'll get fatigued, and so you hold it. And so why am I getting so elaborate on this discussion? Well, it's kind of important. What do you see here?
Cell phone?
Yes.
A smartphone.
Do you think you would be looking at your smartphone today if it weren't for the work that was done in the 1980s at Motorola, where Dr. Michael Harry, created the Six Sigma discipline and went into micro miniaturization of parts and components successfully and made it an economically feasible model? If somebody didn't do that work back decades ago, do you think we would have this today?
Probably not.
You would not. Okay, somebody had to come up with a way to make being able to purchase a certain level of quality and have a reliable economic outcome from a dramatically increasing quality to reduce cost. And see, typically the model looks the other way around. If you dramatically increase quality, then cost increase. We need to figure out how to put that model on its head. And that's what Dr. Michael Harry did. And that's what we'll go into further investigation during this course. But then Jack Welch popularized it in GE. And by the time that in 1995, Jack Welch adopted it into GE, within 5 years, GE was saving $2 billion a year using Six Sigma methods. Okay, and then by 2001, Motorola had saved 16 billion cumulatively. Now, your organization may not be in a situation where you're going to, capture billions of dollars in savings, but in reality, by scale, okay, you could do some things that are very, very critical to your organization. You could run $100,000 projects. You could run $1 million projects. Probably your projects are going to run in the impact level of dollars and cents, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. But see, that's all very important because those dollars turn back around and buy more mission capability. And ultimately, what are we trying to do? We're trying to meet the wants, needs, and desires of that customer base that you have. So we said earlier that there is a white belt and a yellow belt that subordinates the green belt, but in reality, from the practitioner sense, it all starts with green belt. And green belts get supported by black belts, who are supported by master black belts. And within the organization, you need some Six Sigma champions and top executives. And again, your top management has to be on board with these methodologies and doing continuous performance improvement in the first place. And then across your entire enterprise, you may have a deployment champion or a collection of deployment champions. And so you'll see the structure for starting to develop team from process level workers to mid-level management, to senior management, to executive management. That process already starts getting designed just by the structure of the DMAIC model and the way that we're going to deploy it. A lot of organizations don't have a master black belt, don't have a black belt, and so you can contract these services in, just like it's contracted in right now to provide this training for you. I also do project support, team coaching, and all those kind of good things. But ultimately, what I seek to do within any organization is make black belts within the organization that we can later make into master black belts. You know, if a person was working very aggressively, going from green to belt to black, very aggressive, you could do in about a year. Okay, maybe it's going to take you 2 years. And then to get the master black belt, you know, add another year or 2. Okay, and so this journey, you know, could be anywhere from 2 to 5 years, you know, going from green belt to master black belt. What do you need for this? You need a lot of real world experience and real world project, and you actually get nominated into being a master black belt. It's not just, hey, you go take this test. You got to be nominated by master black belts that that can substantiate that you're actually doing real world impact. We don't want master black belt to just be an academic pursuit. All right, so a quick overview on lean. We discussed before, lean, my focus is going to be on eliminating waste, but there's things, you know, in that journey to eliminate waste, and so we gotta start talking about, okay, well, what are we gonna start identifying as goals? And so now, in a lot of government agencies and a lot of nonprofits, they talk about North Star goals or True North goals, but also common out there is SMART goals and objectives. Have any of you heard of SMART goals and objectives? What is SMART? Great, Gerardo. What do you remember what the SMART mnemonic stands for? What are these components?
Yes, SMART. So it's, you have to have something be specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time. It has to do with time, like a time frame.
Time-bound. Okay, time-based, time-bound. Okay, so specific, measurable. Now, you may be familiar with achievable. You may see it attainable. Relevant, you may see it as relevant. You may see it as realistic. There's a couple of variations, but you know, we got to have all of these things. If we want to do an improvement, or if we want to say that we have an objective within the organization, what we start to challenge is that objective specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound? And we need to hit each one of those criteria. And if it's not, we kind of need to do some redesign on what that objective is. Well, the same thing with our improvement efforts. We're going to make sure that it kind of follows that same type of modeling and that we can justify each one of those components. And so when we go into lean, and we're going to start saying, hey, we got this war on waste. How are we going to attack this waste? First, we need to get to where we can see where the waste is. And so on a very high level, before we get into, you know, some of the more specific components of lean, you know, from a very high level, again, I talked about earlier that a lot of times what we're chasing is time. And so, you know, we want to look at, you know, what is the time cycle? What is the cycle of time from the beginning of a process flow to the end of process flow with regard to how you're going to scope a project, okay? And so say you're scoping a project and you're saying, well, the project area of interest starts at this point and it ends at this point. That's fine. Now, how much time cycle are we talking about here? What is the cycle time associated with all of those discrete steps? And then we're going to start identifying two major components. Either it's adding value or it's not adding value. Now, in this situation, they shaded the things that are value added in red. That's not a good color that I would choose. I typically use green for value added, but at any rate, you get the point. And so all of this blue area is keyed in as being non-value added. And so you can tell from a very intuitive level, without even knowing what the process is, if you visually looked at this, you could see, oh my gosh, there's a whole lot of waste in there. And so what is our lean effort? a lot of times when we talk about performance improvement, people want to go directly to the value added components and try to optimize, like if it has to do with an engine mechanic, they want to tell the engine mechanic how to turn his wrench. Okay, if it's a computer analyst, they want to go to the analyst and tell them how to analyze information. Okay, computer programmer, same thing. They want to go there and tell them how to program. And maybe there's some advantage, maybe there's some need in that area. It shouldn't be your first objective, and it's not where you're going to get the most value for your buck. What you're going to get the most value for your buck is, let's find out where the waste is, let's identify the components of that waste, and let's determine how do we eliminate the waste between the value added steps. And so lean, this is where I really want to put my focus, isn't on telling a mechanic how to turn a wrench. It's what are all those dependent situations that mechanic has? What is all the process flow that surrounds that mechanic? Is that mechanic waiting on the right tool? Is he waiting on the broken engine? Where all is the waiting happening? Are we waiting for an approval in funding? Are we waiting for a decision to be made? Okay, those are all those areas of waste. And you can say, but Bob, those are important things. Yeah, but not from the customer perspective. The customer, the person that's waiting for that engine, from the customer perspective, all that they care about is that a mechanic fixes whatever it is that they need to be fixed. They don't care how the sausage is made. Okay, all that connective tissue, they don't care about, and they're not willing to pay for it. So it's some form of waste. And so what do we want to do? We want to shrink that as much as possible. And ultimately, that's what we're looking to do with lean. This is the big picture view of what we're doing with lean. Okay, we want to reduce costs, defects, lead time, inventory space, and waste, obviously. We want to increase productivity, customer satisfaction, profit, customer responsiveness, capacity, quality, cash flow, on-time delivery. This capacity is big in your nonprofit and your government arenas. Okay, if you want more capacity, if you want to be able to serve more people and provide additional services to the people that you are serving, then what you need to do is you need to find out where are you going to gain that time and where are you going to gain that money so you can increase the number and the value of services that you're providing. Okay. And so what is this history of lean? Well, some people point back to Toyota production system, which is in 1948. There's some false references out there that take it back into the 30s. That was just when Toyota became, they were previously a textile company, and in the late 30s, they became an automotive industry producer of notable magnitude. But in 1948 is when they developed the Toyota production system, TPS. And so a lot of times when people say, well, what is the foundation of lean? A lot of people point back to Toyota production system because there's a lot of success that was garnered during that time. Some people point back to 1913 when Henry Ford started his, mass production of assembly line of vehicles actually earlier in 1900s, but by 1913 he had this assembly line pretty much perfected using a lot of what we consider to be lean tools today. But the branding of lean didn't really exist yet. But a lot of the concepts and principles were actually employed in this time period. Some people take that discussion and credit back to the 1450s, where there was a lot of focus in the Venetian Navy of using and developing streamlined processes and assembly lines and things of that nature. And so, and could we go back further in time? Yeah, but the problem is, some of the documentation just really isn't available. But most academia is going to point back to the 1450s and say, really, this was the birthplace of the origins of lean. But it didn't really become a solid methodology until really post-World War II. And the global center stage for all that was in Japan. It was in Japan because the reindustrialization of Japan that was necessary after the war. And there's a lot of global thought leaders that went out to Japan to support that effort. And Japan, their leadership was, you know, in whatever industry, their leadership was very much on board with performance improvement and being able to identify and mitigate and eliminate waste. Why? Because their country was one that was suffering from great scarcity. Whereas, you know, contrast to here in the U.S., we had an abundance of everything post-World War II because we had just experienced the largest industrial revolution the world had ever seen. And so on the heels of that, there was just surplus of everything. And so if there was a manufacturer that had 20% scrap and waste, they didn't even care. It wasn't enough to get them off the golf course. They were making enough money with a lack of global competition from the 80% goods. So they're not even coming off the golf course for 20% scrap. Whereas in Japan, if they had a 0.5% scrap, it was a 3-alarm fire response. And so that's why, you know, it was a matter of cultural readiness. The cultural readiness post-World War II was in Japan for the quality movement to really take hold. And a lot of times we're going to get into discussing Edward Deming. Some people think that he came up with PDCA, PDSA. In reality, he just popularized it. Edward Deming was really good at popularizing other people's principles, tools, and methods. And his mentor actually developed statistical process control. So we'll get into, you know, discussing his long-term mentor being Shewart. We'll get into that once we get heavier into the Six Sigma material. But on this lean side, he took a lot of the lean concepts from America, from the Ford Motor Company, from the grocery stores and supermarkets here in the United States. And he took those advantages over and found a very receptive, very good audience with all the leadership in Japan, both political and within the industry sectors. And they embraced this Kaizen approach of continuous improvement. Kai being rough translated to change, and then Zen being translated to good. And so when you hear about Kaizen projects, okay, sometimes we just call these RIEs, rapid improvement events, or a Kaizen blitz, all right? But at the core of a lot of the language that we use with lean is Japanese language, and that's because the quality movement in the late 40s and especially going into the 1950s, it really took a global surge out of Japan. And so we'll be employing a Kaizen approach within your organization as we set you up for this lean journey. Now, some people say, well, what should we do first? Lean or Six Sigma? Because understanding that these are two distinct methodologies, there is a kind of a pecking order. What you need for Six Sigma is you need a statistical level of stability. And if you don't have a statistical level of stability, then you're not really ready to employ the Six Sigma methods. And once we get into data and data analysis in the Six Sigma module, you're going to understand that more readily. But a lot of times, to give that reasonable level of stability that's necessary in your process, I got to do this war on waste first. So we got to start with the lean tools and the lean methods and stabilize the process. How do we do that? By identifying the really gross levels of waste. You know, we're not going to maybe do the fine tuning with waste, but we're going to find the most extreme situations that are causing waste in the process flow. And that's what we're going to look at. We're going to look at the flow of the process and where's this major waste coming from, and make sure that we get that under control so the process output can stabilize and we can start becoming statistically within control for our process outcomes. Then we can start bringing in a layer of statistical analysis. But these lean concepts, the really good thing about lean is it's highly intuitive. It's not the heavy statistics, you know, that sometimes, you know, gets people within your organization to kind of be shy from it or to run from it or to not understand how to interact with it. But the great thing about lean and the lean concepts is it's all very intuitive. It's very easy to start understanding, start creating teams to engage. And so when we start initially talking about, you know, what's a non-value activity, sometimes that may insult the person that's actually doing that activity or responsible for that activity. And they say, well, what do you mean that it's non-value added? Well, that's the biggest challenge of lean is to, you know, get a cultural understanding in the organization around you. When we start mapping these things out, it's all from the customer perspective. What does the customer want, need, or desire? What are they willing to pay for? And what's done right the first time? This is litmus test for what is value added. And I'm going to repeat that a few times over. So don't worry about it. But all three of those things have to be in existence at the same time. In order to have any type of lane velocity or any type of statistical normalcy with my outputs, I have to identify where are these stop-start flows happening. You know, if something is, it's going to start and then it's going to stop and then it's going to be waiting for something else to happen, or we have unbalanced production. Where are these areas at? Because I'm not going to be able to get predictability in my outcome until I address these issues. And so when we'll get into an example of, you know, a lean principle here with this example of a welding technician is observing that he has to work with rusty components. And if any of you have welded before with rusty components, you know that it's not just irritating and aggravating, it actually creates additional safety hazards, and it degrades the weld quality as a result. If you don't mitigate the concern of the rust, you're not going to get a great weld. And so the traditional solution is to use an oil coating followed by a cleaning process to prevent problems during welding. And so, all right, so I got additional steps here, okay? But if I do this well, then I'm going to have, you know, a good weld. And so maybe it's worth it, you know, to go ahead and do this amount of work on the front end of that welding. And we can call this preventative to not having a bad weld. But a lean solution that's even more preventative is to identify how to reduce the inventory and minimize the waiting time of that metal, so we don't have a bunch sitting in a yard somewhere collecting this rust on it. And so we want to figure out how do we adjust the stock and the inventory to where it's more just in time to when this welder needs to have it, and then there is no rust to mitigate, and it speeds up the process, improves the quality. We save money by reducing inventories. Everything great, except we may have a consistency and supply issue to work out. And a lot of times that's why we don't go with that in the first place. Well, this is the focus of lean. It goes beyond the four walls of your organization. And so I got to look at that entire supply chain and say, how do I make the supply chain optimize to where I never have to worry about running out of stock, but I never have to keep massive quantities of stock in the first place. All right, so when we talk about lean, sometimes people think that it's just this one category of waste that we're talking about, and that being MUDA and non-value added work. Okay, so MUDA equaling waste, but in reality, there's some kissing cousins down here. We have MURA and MURI. So MURA being unevenness and MURI being overburden. When we get back from break, we'll look at, how all three of these components may look in some type of an assembly line or some type of transactional office environment. And so with that said, before we do go on break, because I didn't really open up for too much discussion after last break. So before we go on break, I'm going to open the floor for any comments or any questions, and then we'll go on break. So the floor is open.
Hello.
Yes.
I just wanted to add, I think something that you mentioned when you start to identify these areas of waste and you bring it up to whoever owns that process, right? I think that's something that we have encountered when conducting our process improvement, where it's, okay, how do I explain to this department or this group of people, right, that maybe their way of doing things is not the most efficient, right? And I think that has been a struggle or something that we still encounter. So what do you suggest, to ease into that communication? What do you suggest we?
A big part of it, and I understand completely where you're at and what you're experiencing there. A big part of it is help them to be a part of the experience. Instead of doing it to them, do it with them. Does that make sense?
Yes, I agree. And I think that's also something we try to do, right? Make them be part of that process. Right?
Now we have to have some type of form or structure that's associated with that. And that's what we're going to be getting into. And understand, in this overview section, we're at this 50,000 foot view level. Okay. And by the time that we get to the 20,000 foot view level, the 10,000 foot view level during this course, you'll start to get a little bit more clarity onto how I'm going to draw that active engagement from across my organization, where these major touch points are, and let them be a part of something that's very organized and structured and tool based. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, we'll get into, but I got to tell you, the most discriminating factor between success and failure of implementing Lean and Six Sigma concepts, it comes down to exactly what you're talking about. It comes down to the cultural aspects of it. How good are you and how good is your team at soft skills? How good are you and how good is your team at interpersonal communications? It's a huge part of discriminating between success and failure with these methods, okay? You have to be able to build the interest, even beyond your team, build the interest of engaging in this improvement effort. And to do that, we have to demonstrate that we do have the tools, we do have the system, we do have the methodology, and we're going to prove that out along this journey. Okay, great question. I appreciate it. Anybody else? Floor's open. Okay. What we're going to do is we're going to come back at 20 minutes after, and in this next section, we will finish up the overview section that we're on, and then we'll go to lunch. Okay, and so lunch is ahead of you, but I am putting you on a nice break right now. So come back at 20 minutes after. Give me a TU when you when you get back. If there's no other questions, I'll see you 20 minutes after. After this module, we'll take our lunch break. Okay, I appreciate the TUs. And again, in case you missed what I was discussing, I'm turning my camera off to help with the connection, especially as I'm about to start some videos. And as we're leading into this next section, like I said, we'll finish up this section and maybe crack into define just a little bit and then take our lunch break. I realize that there's multiple time zones that are happening here. And so we're looking at taking our lunch break in about 1 hour, but throughout the day, if you need to be grabbing something to eat during your break and bringing it back to your computer, that's not going to be disruptive to all of us. If I call on you and your mouth is full of tuna fish sandwich or something like that, just work your way through it. All right, so instead of just looking at an abstract view of, hey, there's some waste on this bar chart and it's major categories of waste, what we want to start doing is we want to start thinking about some very specific categories of waste that are common across industries, whether we're talking about physical process flow or whether we're talking about a transactional flow. Common types and categories of waste that we start identifying, it comes down to these 8 forms of waste. So I'm about to show you 7 forms of waste that originated this conversation of waste types, but now we've added an 8th form here at the bottom. You'll see this written a couple of different ways. I like arranging in this manner. We call it Tim Would You as a mnemonic. So think of Tim Wood University or what have you, and that's the way that I remember it. But we look at transporting, inventory, motion, waiting, overprocessing, overproduction, defects, and underutilization. Now, a lot of references just talk about underutilization of employees, resources, talent, etc. I like to look at underutilization of being all resources, okay? And so if you have a facility that is not properly and optimally utilized, whether it's a warehouse facility or whether it's a place for heads and beds, You know, if we don't have the optimal capacity, we could have too much or we could have too little. If it's not optimal, it's a form of waste. And so an example, if you had a warehouse that was so full of stuff that you no longer know what's inside of it, you've lost inventory control management, then that's waste. There's all kinds of waste. You're going to order things that you already have. You're going to waste time, you know, looking for the things that you do have because there's no organization. It's all cluttered and you don't know where things are at. You know, all those things, you know, lend towards more types of waste. But I'll open up a question for you. Out of all these categories of waste, which waste do you think kind of accompanies all the other ones and really is kind of like the central form of waste where we may start our investigation or get the most advantage of tending towards a particular category of waste? Just look at the list here and what kind of pops out at you.
Overprocessing.
What is it?
Overprocessing.
Okay, and so this is what we call gold plating, you know, approvals, too many sign-offs in the transactional flow. We're going to really talk about that. Now, Trinice is voting for waiting, okay, and so is Erica. And, you know, really waiting really does kind of run central. It's not only in the middle of this list, but all these other, like if you're over processing something in the transactional world, you have too many sign-offs, well, then somebody is waiting for that sign-off, you know, so hopefully that makes sense to you. If you have defects like Sergio presented here, then you're going to have some type of rework or some type of scrap process, you know, associated with recovering from that defect. And so there'll be a monetary loss associated with that defect. But a lot of times, you know, the real concern has to do with the waiting that's associated with that defect and processing now the defect. And so waiting really kind of shows up over and over again. And that's good for us because when we start going to investigate where the waste is, what we want to look for is what's causing the stop-start in the flow. Where are people waiting? Both internal customers and external customers. Where are they waiting? Well, that's where you can start your investigation. So when we get into the phases of define and measure and analyze, we're really going to look at waiting as being a big sign for us to kind of be looking for in the process flow. And then we'll see what other types of waste are associated with that as well. Thank you with that. Appreciate the comments in the chat window too. All right, so again, we need to look at this value added time, and we can put some effort into improving or optimizing further the things that have to do with adding value. But most of your energy and effort, like what we talked about before, is we want to look at, well, where are we transporting? Where are we waiting? Where are we doing setup? Where are we inspecting? Where are we transporting again? Look at these non-value added categories of waste, and let's start working on a plan, an approach, a strategy to minimize that as much as possible. All right, the former versions of waste that you could see on an IASSC exam, it still uses 7 older forms of MUDA, waste, overproduction, correction, inventory, motion, overprocessing, conveyance, and which, you know, we would just call transportation, and then waiting. Now, a big difference between transportation and motion is, think of motion being people in motion and transportation or conveyance being items and things in transport. And with the IASSC, they talk about underutilization of skills and underperforming processes just being additional forms of waste. Now, in ASQ and in a lot of global convention, now we just fully say that, you know, underutilization is a major category of waste. And like somebody commented, let me see who it was. Here we go. Raul says, you know, underutilization of employees is a major concern of his waste forms, and rightfully so, because a lot of times we don't know how to employ people. One, we don't understand or know enough about the process and the touch points around that process to properly employ people. We don't know how to get them properly trained and you know, do so expeditiously. And so, you know, a lot of times we leave the same people doing the same jobs over and over again because we don't want to take that time to train new people to do it. Because we, you know, realistically, a lot of times it comes down to somebody in your organization doesn't understand the process well enough to activate other people in it. And so that's a concern. And that's something that, you know, when we do the performance improvement and we come and we start looking at these 5 principles, these 5 steps in the process of lean implementation, we're going to identify value from a customer perspective, and we're going to create that value stream mapping. And so we're going to start looking at what are the things that are associated with that process flow, and what are the step-by-step things that are happening and the interdependencies that are going across swim lanes, or, you know, across silos within your organization. In other words, going across different departments and department spaces. And sometimes this may be the first good look at, you know, what are all the steps, not just within your area of responsibility, but all the steps across other people's areas of responsibility. This may be the first good look that your organization has taken on this. It becomes very valuable to your team, you know, to really see the flow. And then, you know, in creating flow, we look for those things that are creating stop, start, or other types of waste. And we start figuring out, you know, how are we going to eliminate those. We're going to look for the advantages of pull as opposed to push, letting the customer pull products and services from us, and not just our external customers, but our internal customers. So instead of pushing things onto them, we want them to pull as they're ready to receive. And then, of course, with Six Sigma and with Lean, but especially Lean, our focus is on perfection. It's actually part of the 5 principles, is doing it right the first time, and seeking a level of perfection that is financially prudent to do so. So again, there's a business case decision that has to be made about what type or level of perfection that I'm actually going to acquire. But we have to have a vision of what perfection looks like, and then we need to start mapping out that journey about how we're going to get there. Now, sometimes we refer to, you know, SMART goals and objectives as being a true north or a North Star objective. And what does that sound like? When we talk about North Star objectives, what does that sound like?
Can you repeat the question, Robert? It was breaking up for me, sorry.
No, that's all right. You know, previously we discussed SMART goals and objectives: specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound. But there's also this business concept of, you know, North Star objectives or true north objectives. And so what do you think a North Star objective is? Jorge, you said where we want to go. Kristen says moving up. Okay. All right, so let's take it from the where we want to go. And of course, moving up or getting better or improving, you know, getting on target is very much what Kristen is saying there. A sense of direction, absolutely, Erica. And so here's what we're going to do. We're going to look at it from this direction to follow perspective. You know, we're going to look at North Star, like literally the North Star. Imagine celestial navigation. You know, the United States Navy still relies on celestial navigation. What does that mean? It means tracking by the stars. And you say, well, wait a minute, why don't they have all that sophisticated equipment, you know, radars and all this, you know, satellite communications and everything? Yes, but there's two sides to that. One, not everything works in every area of the world. Okay, and so, you know, no matter how high end your sophisticated electronics are, there are dead zones, even towards satellite communications. But besides that, sometimes we intentionally turn these things off so we're less traceable. And so you're out there in the middle of the ocean, and the only thing that you have to navigate by are the stars. And so let's talk about North Star objectives. So we're navigating by the star. Why? Because we want to get some alignment in our organization of how we're going to get on target. On target with what? On target with what the customer wants, internal and external. And so we're using this North Star analogy. Now, when I use this North Star analogy, like say I'm on the ocean, or say you're in your business place and you got these North Star objectives, or in a very literal sense, I'm on the ocean and I'm actually using the North Star to navigate by. Do you think if I'm in the Navy, I'm on this boat, I'm in the middle of the ocean, I'm navigating towards the North Star, do you think I ever intend to get to the North Star? Do you think in my mind I envision having lunch on the North Star someday? No. Erica, I appreciate that. No, it's just a direction, just like Erica said. Okay, same thing with the pursuit of perfection. You can realize you're never going to be, as an individual and as an organization, as a process, you're never going to be completely perfect. Okay, but we use it as a guide. We use it as a sense of direction. So in order to have that guide or have that sense of direction, we need to identify what is a state of perfection from a customer perspective, and how do we start, you know, aligning our process to start on that journey towards perfection, realizing we'll never be perfect, but we want to get as close as is economically feasible. And again, a big part of that comes by sorting out your value added and non-value added steps in the process. To be value added, it has to change the form, fit, or function of the product or service that's underway. And it has to be done right the first time. And the customer needs to be willing to pay for it. And you say, well, what about my internal customers? Well, there are actual lines of accounting where one department can support another department or make purchases internally, but they're willing to purchase it in some form or fashion. They're willing to even purchase it with time that they're allotting you to complete a particular task, but they're only willing to give you so much time. Remember, time is money, okay? If they're willing to purchase whatever product or service they want from you for 30 minutes and it takes you 90 minutes to get it to them, then you know you've overextended that allocation that they gave you. And so we look at this value added and we say all three of these conditions have to happen at the same time. The customer's willing to pay for it, it's done right the first time, and you're changing something about the product or service that's underway. And then if you're not doing that, you know, generally falls under non-value added. Now, there is a separate category. It's non-value added activities, but we're going to say that it's business required or it's business value added. An example can be a quality check. An example can be an inspection. An example can be, you know, something that is in writing somewhere that is either a regulatory requirement or a standard operating procedures requirement. You know, this standard operating procedures, I call that internally induced pain. Okay, there's something in a policy and procedurals manual that you're satisfying. Now, somebody tell me if it's a quality check or if it's an inspection or if it's meeting a regulatory requirement, why can't I call that value added? Why isn't a quality check value added?
Because there's something that is expected, or that has some type of quality.
Pardon?
That the quality is something that is expected.
Okay, it's expected, but if I have to check for it, it means that I have the opportunity for defects or errors or a history of defects or errors. Does that make sense? And if I have a history of defects or errors, that means that it's not done right the first time. Okay, if it was done right the first time and it truly was value added, I should be statistically immune from errors. And so if you have a quality check, that's fine. You have a reason for that quality check, but we want to highlight that as an improvement opportunity. We want to get really close to why do we have the quality check? Why do we have the susceptibility to error? And how can we mistake proof that to the degree to where it's no longer a concern where it even has to be inspected because it's impossible to do wrong, okay? Or it's statistically impossible to do wrong. And we'll distinguish between impossible and statistically impossible later on, all right? But right now, one thing to keep in mind about business value added, I go to the Missouri state model. Anytime that somebody says something is business value added, either it's required by SOP, policy and procedures manual, some type of regulatory requirement, you know, from Health and Human Services or from, you know, the EPA or what have you. I go to the Missouri state model. Does anybody know what the Missouri state model is? Aha, Trinice. Yes, you got it correct. If we were live in person, you know, I give out candy when people answer things very well. Okay, and Trinice just did that. It's the show me state. Okay, and so that's actually on their license plate. Show me. And so if you want to tell me that it's a business value added, there's a regulatory requirement, that's fine. Show it to me. Where is the regulatory requirement? What's its number? Is it current? Let's look it up. Okay. Has it been rescinded? Did it ever exist in the first place? Sometimes these things, you know, people talk about it's a regulatory requirement all the time, and it's only talk. Okay, when you actually go to look for the source documentation, it doesn't exist. Now, we're going to look at value stream mapping. This is the traditional use of value stream mapping, not the same as process mapping. We'll look at a more elaborate, you know, example of process mapping later. A lot of things will be revealed to you in process mapping. But give me a TU or a TD if you've ever seen any type of mapping like this image here. Okay, give me a TU or a TD if you've ever seen that before. Okay, Trinice has, and that's good. So you can be helpful for your team if you've ever used this modeling before. And but for many of you, you know, maybe it's the first time that you've seen it. And so we'll look at a quick video. This is just going to give you a really quick overview of some of the symbols. Again, we're still in the overview module here. But if you're going to start doing value stream mapping, what you need to do, you need to get somebody within your organization that has experienced this before, like possibly Trinice has actually experienced mapping and modeling with this tool, or you need to get some detailed video tutorials. I'm going to provide you links for that. But right now, again, we're just going to look at the overview and look at some of the symbology that's used here. And that'll start helping you to understand how we're using this mapping and what advantages we can gain out of it. So pull that up. Oh, by the way, all of these areas where you see hyperlinks in your module, if you hit Control and Enter, the links are active. So that should be helpful as you go along in your self-study mode. Give me a sound check on this.
Last decisions to make before starting your own value stream map is which icons you will use when creating it. Because we want you to be able to get started quickly and easily, we've only included the most fundamental VSM icon descriptions.
We can hear it.
For you to
Okay, thanks.
And will expand your value stream mapping knowledge. The overview of the icons may seem overwhelming, but with some practice and help from our VSM quick study guide and our supplemental PDF of VSM icons, you will become a VSM pro in no time. Let's get right into it. First, we start with diagramming material flow. The first icon is an operator, placed to indicate the number of people involved in a process. Next is the data box, which represents an operation or machine and is used to illustrate the steps in the process. This is the supplier or customer icon. It is used as an endpoint.
Okay, and one thing to note here is the CO code here is actually changeover, and this has a 60-minute changeover time, and as compared to 2 minutes in the predecessing step, and then 5 minutes in the next step. And so, as a performance improvement team, you may want to go in and see why is it taking so much time for the setup here, the changeover, and we're going to have some more detailed lesson topic in changeover later. But understand this, changeover applies to your transactional flow world the same way that it applies to your manufacturing world. And so we'll get into those specific examples.
That will go on both sides of your completed VSM. This is the transportation truck. Next is the Kaizen burst, used to highlight improvement ideas or plan for future workshops. A Kaizen burst shows the need for and the description of a Kaizen activity within the value stream. The inventory triangle is used to represent any material waiting in inventory between processes.
Okay, and your inventory triangle, this can represent physical assets that are in a warehouse somewhere. But when you're in transactional flow world, a lot of times this is a inventory of time that you're measuring, more so than the physical components within your processes. You can have a combination of physical assets and time represented in the inventories.
The dashed line represents pushed material. Solid and jagged arrows represent information flow. Solid arrows for physical information such as paper work orders, and jagged or lightning bolt for electronic information such as emails and EDI. A box around information identifies extra, undefined, though necessary information. Black outlined arrows are movement of finished goods to the customer. Next, we have the FIFO icon, or first in, first out, which will more likely be used in a future state map. This supermarket icon is used where continuous flow is impractical, but a system to reduce inventory is needed. Work cells are represented with this U shape. This timeline structure shows the total cycle time, lead time, and value and non-value added time, and it goes at the bottom of your VSM. That concludes an overview of the fundamental VSM icons. We don't have all the answers in this video, but you can always find more information on our website or in the supplemental materials with these videos.
Okay, and as with any of my video authors, if you come down here and you look at their YouTube channel, just click on that, look at their YouTube channel, you can get into this further journey on the same topic level, okay? Now, this particular video author isn't real exciting. I'm going to show you some other video authors throughout this course that have a lot of really good in-depth information. I just wanted this one for this particular video because it's just a real simple overview, and that's all that I need you to have at this point. But ultimately, what we're doing is we're trying to calculate what is the value added versus the non-value added time. And what you're going to find in any process that you start mapping this way is you're going to have well over 90% of non-value added. Typically, it's going to be more like 95% or above of non-value added versus your value added time. And so what that tells you is that there's a tremendous opportunity to improve the process via lean methods, focusing on the flow, focusing on trying to create a pull as opposed to a push, by focusing on, how do I make things just in time? If I have fear about things being just in time, go back to that example of that welder. Okay, if I have a fear that I'm not going to be able to get the supply chain to put the material in front of that welder at the right time, then I need to focus on what drives that fear. What are the inefficiencies or the inconsistencies in the supply chain? How do we fix those? We fix those, and then we can get more just in time. If we're more just in time, we spend less time, doing things like removing rust from metal before we weld it. Okay, and so again, pull isn't just a decision, hey, I'm gonna reduce my inventory. It's looking at all the dynamics of what it would take to be successful in reducing that inventory. And then of course, state of perfection. Really a state of perfection in this process flow means that everything that we're doing, adds value from the customer perspective. We'll never really, that's like sitting on the North Star and having lunch. We're never actually going to get fully there, but we can reduce that connective tissue as much as possible. Now, we have another video here that's going to kind of bring all these points on this slide home in about 90 seconds, but then I'm going to follow that up with a administrative flow. So first you'll be looking at a baker example, but then we're going to take that into your office space.
Let's say your business is doing well and you're thinking of expanding. That's great, but it's also the riskiest time for your business. In fact, many businesses don't survive the transition. Should you throw money at the problem by investing in new equipment or hiring more people? Should you make your staff work more overtime? Your answers to questions like these can make or break your business. And that's where Lean comes in. Lean is a philosophy about delivering value from your customer's perspective, eliminating waste, and continuously improving your processes. Lean can radically change the way you do business. Lean management is based on 4 principles. The first principle is pull. Rather than producing as much as possible, customer demand pulls goods or services through the manufacturing process. This minimizes overproduction, inventory, and ultimately working capital. The second is one-piece flow. Focusing on one single piece at a time minimizes work in progress, process interruptions, lead and waiting time, while increasing quality and flexibility.
Okay, now whether we're talking about physical flow or whether we're talking, manufacturing widgets or whether we're talking about the transactional flow, we tend to try and work in batches and typically large batches. And what we want to do, even in form approvals or doing the quality inspection, that we want to eventually reduce or eliminate, but whatever type of work we're going to do, we kind of tend to batch it together. And so, you'll do 10 quality inspections or verifications in one particular form or what have you at a time. And so you think that you're getting some type of efficiency with that. Well, the state of perfection with regard to flow is one-piece flow. Now, will it be one piece that you actually get to with the first iteration of improvement? Maybe not, but maybe if you're typically batching in units of 20 and you can reduce that to batching in units of 10 or batching in units of 5 or 2, this is a progress towards that state of perfection, towards one-piece flow. Okay, now look at this cat right here. Talk about underutilization. He hasn't done a thing yet. He's just looking at the conveyor belt. And he's not very happy either. Sometimes you think, okay, well, if I don't give anybody any duty or responsibility, maybe they won't be, maybe they'll be happy, right? How fun is it? Is it fun to work and not have enough to do? Is that fun? you don't have enough to do, if you don't have a good level of responsibility.
No.
It's not fun at all, is it, Ro? No, it's miserable. It's miserable. Okay. And so how busy should we be? Well, it needs to be optimized. Okay. Not too much, not too little. So we got to balance it.
Third is tact. It's the heartbeat of a lean system. It's how fast you need to manufacture a product to meet customer demand. Tact allows us to balance work content, achieve a continuous flow, and respond flexibly to changes in the marketplace. And the fourth is zero defects. Mistakes happen, but a lean company doesn't pass on defects. Mistakes from previous steps must be fixed before going on. Combined with a robust continuous improvement process, the 4 principles of lean management will help your company stay ahead of the competition in a constantly changing marketplace. So, if you're ready to begin your lean journey, contact us today. Let us show you how lean can bring out the best in your business.
All right, and we'll look at a quick example, transactional flow work.
Operating in today's administrative environment is very demanding. You try to run as efficiently as possible and provide the best service you can. But administration faces many challenges. Customers don't like to wait, and they get stressed if they don't get the service they need exactly the way they want it. Employees end up being either overworked or idle when workflows are chaotic and resources are poorly utilized. Meanwhile, you're expected to do more with less resources, while customer expectations just get higher. That's where lean can help. Lean management is based on 4 principles. Originally developed in manufacturing, these 4 principles are today successfully applied to administration to ensure an efficient and effective information flow. The first principle is pull. Rather than pushing service requests on without oversight, each request is checked for wrong or missing information at the outset, so the service request is only pulled into the system when it is complete and ready for servicing. The second principle is one-piece flow. Instead of processing batches of requests at once, services are processed one at a time in the order that they are received. This ensures that requests are processed as fast as possible and minimizes individual customer waiting time.
Now, you notice, in order to be successful with this concept of one-piece flow, what did they have to do with the organization of their people? What did you notice here? There seemed to be no logical sequence to how people were positioned, who was handing something off to one person or another. Okay, so we got to study the process, as Sergio said, study the process to line them up efficiently. And sometimes, you know, maybe the person isn't sitting side by side, but we need to structure and organize the handoffs, whether it's electronic handoffs or whether it's side-by-side handoffs, you know. And if we're doing quality checks, what is the sequencing that we're doing those quality checks, right, Michelle? And so, you know, if we're doing quality check, it needs to be on the front end of processing, not on the tail end of processing, you know, because if there was an error that was induced previously from the customer and it got all the way through our system and it didn't get realized until an end quality check, it means everything that you did in the middle there is going to start creating a reverse flow of, you know, correcting a defect, and that can cause a lot of you know, what we call WIP is work in progress. It can call, once you start having a reverse flow of, you know, needing to get something fixed, it just really just starts to mount up that work in progress and tremendously increases delay moments. And so again, whether it's one-piece flow or whether we're working towards that, the concept is to get as close to one-piece flow as possible and force yourself to have to really study the interdependencies between these handoffs. Who's doing what? Why are they doing it? Do we have redundancies? We'll look at this again closer under our microscope, but do we have redundancies? How can we eliminate those redundancies? If we do have defects, we have a capability of a defect. How do we make it to where we can't have a defect in the first place? Even if it originates from the customer input, how do we make it to where they can't possibly fill out that form wrong? Okay.
Need them.
Let them be
The
their
fourth
own
principle
quality
is
check.
zero defects. Mistakes happen, but mistakes and missing information prevent the customer from getting the service that they need. So error detection and prevention is key to a lean administrative process. Potential errors are identified as quickly as possible and are corrected before further processing. Applying the 4 lean principles can help you increase customer satisfaction, maximize the service you can provide with your resources, and reduce stress on employees. Combined with a robust continuous improvement process, the 4 principles of lean management will help your company stay ahead of the competition.
Okay, these 3 categories here: quality, time, and cost. Okay, when we get into SIPOT, suppliers input, process output, and customers, we're going to focus on the metrics that are associated with quality, time, and cost. And then we're going to start building an improvement strategy that really focuses on balancing quality, time, and cost considerations throughout the improvement process. What happens if I only focus on quality? What happens to time and cost? If I only focus on quality, what is going to happen to time and cost? It might increase. There's a really good chance that it's going to increase because if I'm myopic, if I'm only focused and I only want to achieve certain metrics associated with quality, then what I end up sacrificing is time and cost. If I'm only focused on time, then what we sacrifice is quality and cost. If I'm only focused on cost, then we sacrifice quality and time. And so different areas of your organization or different people in different roles of responsibility tend to focus on one of these issues at a time. And what we need to do is come up with a strategy where not only as an improvement project, but as an organization, we focus on these things in balance. And hopefully that makes sense to you. All right, it should make more sense when we get into more detailed information. Now, I'll do another pulse check here. Who is familiar with theory of constraint? Have you heard of this concept before? Theory of constraint, TOC? Okay, we're going to start you out with a very abstract view of the theory of constraint, okay? But ultimately, we have 5 major steps here that are going on with theory of constraint. That's to identify a constraint in a system. A lot of times we call this a bottleneck. What's causing the wait if we're looking at time, and what's preventing us from achieving our goal. And then in the second step, we're going to decide how to exploit that system constraint, decide how to improve the constraint so that it works to its full potential. But in step 2, a lot of times that's just in the moment, okay? And so, you know, I'll give you a classic example. If you've seen a military formation run before, and if the military formation run is starting with and going to end with the mantra of we started together, we're going to finish together. Well, you know, that's the same thing for your organization a lot of times. You start together and you're going to finish together. Because from a customer perspective, the job's not done until everybody is finished. And so in this formation run, maybe you got 50 people, maybe you got 100 people, maybe you got 200 people running in a formation. Maybe it's just 20 people running in a formation, whatever the situation is, whether they're going 3 miles, 5 miles, 10 miles. If you're going to start together and you're going to finish together, what's going to happen is if you're pushing that formation to perform, if you're pushing them to a breaking point, somebody is going to end up falling out of that formation. But if you're going to follow the rules of engagement that you're starting together and you're going to finish together, what that means is you're going to have to go to step 3, which is subordinate the rest of the decisions to step 2, which is to exploit that constraint. And so what that means is everybody that's in that formation run is going to have to circle back and pick up that person that is on the side of the road, not part of the run anymore. You're going to have to pick that person up, and you're going to have to get them back engaged with the formation run. And guess where you want to put that person? Where are you going to put that person? In the front row. Absolutely. Why the front row?
So that way that pace is at that person's level that's suffering, I guess, or slowing down.
Yeah, and so now we're going to subordinate the rest of the organization. The rest of that formation run is subordinating to the pace of that performer. Now, Raul, if you were the person that fell out on the side of the road, in other words, you stopped running, the group had to come back and get you, and now you're at the front. How much effort are you going to put into the run? A little bit of effort or a lot of effort?
A lot more effort.
A lot more effort. Why?
Because now I guess all eyes are on me, and I don't want to fall out again.
Right. You know, and so, you know, it's a little bit of a pressure situation here, okay? But, you know, that's all a part of that exploiting, you know, the constraint. All right, but we're also supporting that constraint. And so, you know, if this really was a formation run, I want to make sure that I have, if I'm doing that large of a formation run, I'm going to have an ambulance nearby. I'm going to have a medic check on this person. I'm going to be observing this person for signs that, you know, they're going to run into some type of physical peril. All right, and we'll get them taken care of. And then, but then step 4 comes around. Okay, so Raul, you know, I'm not picking on you, but I'm going to pick on you for a minute. After the formation run, I'm going to check with Raul. I'm going to find out, you know, was Raul hydrated? Was he well nourished prior to this formation run? I'm going to find out, you know, if we're doing this formation run at 5 in the morning, was he up till 2 in the morning, you know, drinking alcohol? Is that why he fell out? Does it smell like, you know, he's been drinking the night before? Dehydration and running is a very, very bad mix. Do we need to take Raul to the fitness center and take him to the gym and work on his endurance and his strength? You know, maybe that's the situation. Whatever the situation is, in step 4, I'm going to elevate Raul's performance, not just for the moment, but across time. And maybe I have to invest in that for a month, 2 months, 3 months, whatever it is. I'm going to invest in Raul to where eventually we come together for these formation runs, and Raul is no longer the constraint. Does that make sense? And then what do we do with step 5? Rinse and repeat. Because Raul is now strong, you know, he's got endurance. And so what are we going to do with Raul now? You know, Raul is going to become a part of that monitoring to see where else the constraint is going to pop up. And Raul is going to all of a sudden, you know, be a part of elevating, you know, the next person, you know, that becomes his constraint. But the chances are, well, it's not just chances. Ultimately, somebody else in that formation run in the future will be the cause of the constraint, or else you're not pushing your formation run to a high enough level of challenge, okay? Because a formation run should actually run people towards the brink of failure. Why is that? Why do we do that? Why do we want to push things to the point of failure? To where it's almost breaking or it even does break. Why do we want to do that? Makes us stronger. Thank you. And not only as an individual, but as an organization. We need to be able to learn from it. Absolutely, Kristen. And but we need to do that smartly, by the way. If we're going to break the system, we need to have the process, the capability, the culture in order to fix it and not have, you know, tremendously adverse effects from it. It's just like I said, if we're doing this formation run, we're going to have the ambulance right there. We're going to be looking at, you know, making sure that we're not taking on too many risks here. All right. But, you know, the bottom line is our risk involved with improving performance, and we're going to include risk analysis and risk assessment into the process improvement method. And so it's going to be part of the tools that you're exercising. But guess what? If you're not, when you do your SMART goals, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time bound, if you only think about achievable like it's easily achievable, then you're not doing anything. You're not doing anything if you're just trying to make things easily achievable. What we need to do is we need to do some stretch goals, okay? Now, if we were physically together in a class, you know, I would ask you to just get up right now from your seat and get on your tiptoes, okay? And reach as far as you can. Now, I'm gonna request, I can't monitor you in it, but I'm gonna request that you just go ahead and stand up for a second, get on your tiptoes, and stretch out and reach as high as you can. Give me a TU if you actually did that. Okay, thank you. All right, and somebody described to me, what did you feel when you stretched out? Michelle, tell me what you felt.
Sorry, I put it on the
Michelle,
chat. I felt a little bit unbalanced.
a little off balance. Thank you. And you know, I'm getting some responses like felt great, heard something pop. You know, and that's all good. But I really appreciate, Michelle, that you told me you felt off balance. And with people that are executing their professional jobs as individuals and across the whole organization, what people tend to not like is to feel off balance. But in reality, we're not going to get those advantages of stretching without feeling a little bit off balance. And so, oh, Trinice has pain from a foot fracture. So yeah, if I had you know, had that knowledge in the forefront, then I would have modified my instructions to Trinice. And so yeah, all right, I appreciate it. All right, but here's what we got to do. We got to figure out what are the risks associated, how much are we going to feel off balance, and we have to have a strategy for dealing with that lack of balance. Now, so long as we're not on that 77th floor standing at the balcony looking over the rail, it should be safe to get onto your tiptoes and stretch, unless you're like Trinice and you just had foot surgery or foot fracture or something, okay? But, you know, situationally, when we're going to take ourselves or our organization off balance, we need to have a plan and a strategy, you know, for recovering or safeguarding that action, okay? But by the way, it's very good to stretch. It's very good for you as an individual, physically and mentally, to stretch and try to achieve. And when you do, oh, by the way, you got to recognize that there's a chance of failure, but that has to be okay too. And your organization has to get okay with that. When you're going to do improvement projects, there's a chance of success and there's a chance of failure. As we get into the specific tools, we're going to look at risk identification and figure out, you know, how susceptible are we to succeeding or failing, and where do we make the best business decisions about taking risk. Now, before we go on lunch break, I want to get this video in, and it's going to give you a very abstract view of theory of constraint. I want you to see the first example. This guy is going to take a 1.5 liter bottle and he's going to turn it upside down to let water escape. You're going to have an example 1, an example 2, and an example 3. Consider the first example as your as-is process. Okay, so whatever your process is that you're going to do an improvement on, the first example is your as-is process. And then we're going to call the second example a pilot test. You know, the team brainstorm, look at the dynamics of the process and the nuances about that process and what needs to get achieved, and comes up with a strategy to do some type of improvement, but they're going to test it in the system. Okay, and then the third is from what we learn from that testing in the system to take it to the next level. And maybe taking it to that next level, maybe it costs $10,000, maybe it costs $50,000, maybe it costs $100,000, what have you, okay? Well, because I have the evidence from this pilot test here that says I'm going to get a return on investment, then we know that we can take that stretch and that we, you know, our reward is outweighing our risk. And so that's the way that I want you to look at this abstract view of this video. It's a good video to really drive home the points of theory of constraint, though, in a very abstract means. Let's see.
The purpose of this demonstration is to visually show the impact that the theory of constraints and the principles of optimized flow can do for your business. I call it the oiled wheels approach to organizational improvement. A 1.5 liter bottle is filled with water, and in order to empty the bottle, all the water has to flow through this bottleneck. The demonstration covers 3 scenarios, using 3 identical bottles, but differences in the dynamics of the flow. In each demonstration, please observe carefully what happens. Firstly, what happens in the bottleneck itself, the dynamics of the flow through the bottleneck, and secondly, what are the dynamics in the rest of the system that is inside the bottle.
Let's look at the 3 different scenarios. In the first demonstration, the bottle is overturned to allow the water to run out by itself. The clock starts when the bottle is overturned and stops when the bottle is empty. What do you expect to happen? It takes about 18 to 20 seconds for the water to run out at a rate of about 4.5 liters per minute. Let's look at what happened. Firstly, in the bottleneck, the water started to flow, but it creates a vacuum inside the bottle. This vacuum caused the flow to stop momentarily and allow a bubble of air into the bottle. The air relieved the vacuum inside and caused an equivalent amount of water to flow through the bottleneck. This process repeated itself until the bottle was empty. It is a continuous repetition of stop-start flow. Secondly, inside the system, the result of the stop-start flow is turmoil inside the system. There's a lot of activity, but it does not increase the rate of flow. There are lots of unproductive conflicts, many internal processes that do not add value, and a system that becomes a captive of its own internal processes. It is a demonstration of the world of local optima. The result of the stop-start.
All right. Now, he calls it a demonstration of the world of local optima. In our language, we would call that sub-optimization, okay? And when we're talking about sub-optimization, see each one of these molecules, they're operating kind of independent of each other. And there's no coordinated effort because it's an as-is process. And so these molecules tend to just kind of find their way out of the bottle without all the proper guidance and support around it. Where you see this turmoil in the system, as he calls it, these flecks that are going in all different directions, air bubbles and pockets going in all different directions inside the bottle. What does that tell you in the physical sense? What's really happening in the physical sense? In this first demonstration, where you see all these air bubbles and stuff going to the side of the bottle, going upward, going, you know, to one side or to another side. Some of it's going down. Not aligning. Correct, Erica. Okay, it's not aligned. It's not aligned at all. We don't have aligned flow. And we have energies going in different directions because we're not creating, yes, lots of chaos, Kristen. We're not creating a dynamic that, informs these air bubbles where to go. And so they're all just going in the direction that seems to be okay. And a lot of times within our organization, this is exactly how the process flow is. Within each department or within each individual activity, even within a department, but definitely across different departments, you have people going in different directions, not a unified goal, not an alignment, across the organization. And a lot of times, not even alignment within the within a specific department. And, to tell you the truth, even within our own performance, one day we're doing one thing and another day we're doing another thing, okay? And so what we need to figure out is how do we optimize that?
And stops when the bottle is empty.
The stop-start flow is killing us, all right? The amount of time that it takes for this first demonstration is far in excess of what should be required based off of these next examples that we're going to show you, where we actually do create an aligned flow. But what's causing this tremendous delay is the stop-start flow, okay? And same thing in the process in the world around you. It's where things are waiting for the next action to take place. That's where you're going to find your tremendous advantages for improvement.
Liters per minute. Let's look at what happened. Firstly, in the bottleneck, the water started to flow, but it creates a vacuum inside the bottle. This vacuum caused the flow to stop momentarily and allow a bubble of air into the bottle. The air relieved the vacuum inside and caused an equivalent amount of water to flow through the bottleneck. This process repeated itself until the bottle was empty. It is a continuous repetition of stop-start flow. Secondly, inside the system, the result of the stop-start flow is turmoil inside the system. There's a lot of activity, but it does not increase the rate of flow.
Okay, you can do the same thing with your performance improvement projects. You can have a lot of activity, but not improve the rate of flow. And a lot of times, what causes that dynamic is the fact that, one, you're trying to do it independently and you're not doing it as a collective across all the major touch points, okay? Or two, you're just thinking about performance improvement within the four walls of one department or within the four walls of one organization even. What we need to do is we need to look at the interdependencies and the touch points that even go beyond your department, go beyond your individual organization, and scope this project out to where we're not just running on a hamster wheel. What good is running on a hamster wheel? What do you achieve? It's a good exercise, but are you going to get anywhere? No, it's going to give you some really it's going to give you some really strong thighs, okay? And maybe it's good for your cardio, okay? But that's only exercise, and I encourage you to exercise. But if you're trying to achieve something for your organization, trying to meet your customer goals and expectations, unless they're hiring you to exercise, what we need to do is we need to get off that hamster wheel as an individual, as an organization, and figure out how do we make the journey to where the customer wants us to be.
The bottle is overturned.
So in this situation, what we're going to do is we're going to recognize, well, our biggest challenge with time previously was that stop-start flow. And so we're going to try and create a dynamic with this flow of this water that respects and subordinates everything that we're doing to directional flow, okay, to where we don't have stop-start flow and that we have everything aligning within the system. So watch what happens when he vigorously shakes the system up.
And then given a few good turns to generate a swirling motion. This generates a vortex that allows air to flow into the bottle while the water runs out through a swirling spout. What do you expect to happen? Will there be an improvement? Observe closely what happens in the bottleneck as well as what happens inside the bottle. It takes about 11 to 13 seconds for the water to run out at a rate of about 7.5 liters per minute. This is nearly double the flow rate of the first demonstration. What happened this time? Firstly, in the bottleneck, it took a second or two to get the water to generate the vortex. The vortex allowed the air in while the water ran out in a circling spout. The water and the air each had its own path, and this created continuous, uninterrupted flow through the bottleneck. Secondly, inside the system, all the water particles were aligned in the same direction and created aligned flow. Everything was subordinated to the generation of directional flow. This is a good demonstration of the theory of constraints in a physical flow environment. The third demonstration. A straw is now added to channel the airflow. The bottle is overturned and air is blown through the straw to clear all the water from the straw. The pressure from the blowing also starts the process of flow. Take note that the straw has reduced the capacity of the bottleneck. What do you expect to happen? The clock starts when the air is blown through the straw. It takes about 4 to 5 seconds for the water to run out at a rate of 18 liters per minute. This is about double the flow rate of the second demonstration and about 4 times the rate of the first demonstration. What happened this time? Firstly, in the bottleneck, the flow was super fast. It was stable, without interruption, and more than 4 times the rate of the first demonstration. Secondly, inside the system. The inside was characterized by calmness, stability, and absence of turmoil and pressure. Is it possible to have superflow within a spirit and culture of calmness? Yes, it is done by doing the right things right. The demonstration with the 3 bottles illustrates the following lessons. Firstly, in the 3 demonstrations, the bottleneck remained the same. It illustrates that the theory of constraints is not a process of debottlenecking the operation. It is a process of increasing the flow through the bottleneck. Secondly, if you follow the right approach, you can eventually get both superflow and a spirit of calmness simultaneously. In order to do this, you need to address the physical flow and the people aspects of the business simultaneously.
That's it. All right. So in order to get to this level 3, a lot of times we have to do some proof of concept at that second level, to where, we would shake up the system and we're trying to get that proof of concept. Once we get the proof of concept, then we can get the buy-in that's going to be necessary to hardwire that and to institutionalize that advantage into our organization. And so again, this is an abstract view, but I think that it's a very good abstract view of what the theory of constraint is and how we're going to bring that in to our lean methodology. And we'll get into the DFSS more later. I'm not going to talk about design for Six Sigma until we get into the last module, not the last module, but into the improved module, where we're going to look at a DOE, a design of experiment tool. All right, so that'll be forthcoming. When we get back from lunch, what we're going to discuss is the PFMEA and DFMEA, process failure modes effects analysis and design failure modes effects analysis. Now, we can drop off the P and the D and just call it FMEA by and large. But if I'm doing it as it pertains to a process, then we'll talk about PFMEA. If we're talking about designing a product or service, then we'll talk about DFMEA. But that's what we'll pick up on after lunch. Now for lunch, give me a TU if 30 minutes is sufficient for your lunch time. Okay, and I didn't even have to give you a thumbs to the side because you're going to support the team. I appreciate you taking one for the team, Gerardo. All right, we'll try and reward you for that act of valor. And so we'll actually say, you know, bring your lunch back to the table if you need to. Michelle, do you need some more time? How about if I sweeten the pot, Michelle, and I say, you know, can I get thumbs to the side if I say we can finish the day 30 minutes early if we take a 30-minute break? Okay, now do you see how negotiation happens with this thumb voting? All right, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a 30-minute break. I realize Arizona is a little bit early, and so it seems more like a brunch than a lunch. Don't worry, we'll get some additional breaks in the afternoon as well. Okay, and so Juan is wanting to bribe me here, you know, and so we'll think about that maybe, you know, in a couple of days. Right now we got to earn that 45 minutes early. and so at any rate, let's go ahead and go to lunch. I'll give you the full 30 minutes. In fact, you know, I'll give you a little bit of bonus. So we'll say come back in at 5 minutes after the hour. Okay, 5 minutes after the hour. And we're going to be getting into the define module, and we got a lot of fun that we're going to have in define. Once we lay out some of this basic stuff, you know, what we've been going through the overview, we lay out the basics of define, but then later in the afternoon, you're going to actually get the opportunity to get together in teams. So while you're going on lunch, think about if you get broken up into 3 different teams to identify 3 different problems in your organization. What is the proper construct of the teams? Who should be on what team? And that's what we're going to do. We're going to divide you up into 3 different teams, and there's going to be, you know, 4 people on most teams, or maybe 5 on one team. Okay, but think about that. Think about who's going to be your teammate. All right. We'll be back 5 minutes after. Thanks. Thank you. I'm starting to see some TUs rolling in. Go ahead and give a TU if you're back. Okay, it looks like we got most back now, so I'm going to go ahead and get started. Again, if you're eating a tuna fish sandwich, it is not going to disturb me at all. So go ahead. If you have your mouth full, when I ask you a question, you can put a response in the chat window. But, you know, as much as possible, go ahead and voice up some responses when that is possible for you. So we look at this PFMEA and DFMEA, and again, we can abbreviate this and just call it FMEA, but you could have a test question that asks you to distinguish between these two different types of FMEA. That's the only reason why, you know, I'm pointing out this difference right now. And so give me a TU or a TD if you have heard of FMEA or FMEA, DFMEA. Have you ever used this tool or at least heard of it in the past? Trinice, good. Okay, and the majority not, but that's all right. We're gonna, again, we're just staying on the high level of conversation right now, but it's a pretty simple tool. It doesn't have to be used just for DFSS, Design for Six Sigma, like if you're doing a DMAIC instead of a DMAIC. Sometimes it's a tool that's put into that channel, but you can definitely use it with the DMAIC project, and you can use it with a PDCA, PDSA. You can use it with any type of improvement project. So it doesn't have to just be considered for design. By intention, you're typically doing this FMEA, this failure modes effects analysis, in advance of bringing a process or a product into being. And so that's why a lot of times it is used for the define. But I'm going to show you an example to where you can take a problem that exists currently within an organization, and you can use this methodology to help gain control of that problem. So no matter if you're using it on the proactive or reactive side, it functions very much the same way. What we're going to do with the FMEA is we're going to develop a risk priority number associated with these categories of severity, occurrence, and detection or detectability. And so by using this, these main categories of severity or occurrence rate or detectability, we call this the SOD, S-O-D. We're going to use some scales to represent where we believe a process or a process step or a product with regard to specific features ranks. And so we'll look at an example of these scales. Now, for any organization, it's helpful to, let me get into the scales, okay? So for any organization, it's helpful to have a standardized scale for like severity, okay? And so your organization could have a standardized scale. Typically, by the time that you're getting to a severity ranking of 10, we're talking about things that are very high risk of causing some type of major injury or critical system failure. And usually it's without warning, but a lot of times we reserve a score of 10 for things that are going to cause death or serious bodily injury. Even for 9, you know, typically, you know, a serious bodily injury type of a thing, or a you know, a little bit less than a 10, you know, with regard to system failure. But by the time we get down to 1, we're saying that it has no effect at all or no apparent effect. And so every organization can come up with a ranking scale that's kind of generic to your business and your business operations. And then project by project, the team can say, okay, well, we're either going to adopt these scales or we're going to modify them somewhat to fit our project. And sometimes organization team, they say, okay, well, I don't want 10 levels of discernment here. It doesn't seem to fit my project. I only want to have, you know, 3 or 4 or 5 categories as opposed to 10 categories, you know, to list out the severity effects. And so if you do that, you need to have that discipline of going from 1 to 10, or at least going from like 1 to 9. And why would you want to do that? You know, like say if you had 3 categories that you were going to rank at, I would suggest 4 or 5 at a minimum, but say you only had 3 and you wanted to go from 1, no effect, 5, a moderate effect, to 9 or 10 being a significant effect. Why would you want to make sure that you're spreading it out as opposed to a 1, 2, and 3? Sergio, what do you think?
That way it is very clear when it is different. You know, you're not like picking little battles between 9s and 10s. You know for a fact that it's a huge gap, and therefore the priority is set better.
Right, right. Okay, so we want that, if we're going to say that we're going to use it for prioritization, we want that to have weight. Okay, and so we want a significant amount of difference between something that has no impact at all to something that is going to have a very severe, serious impact, maybe even cause a threat to life or death. All right, and so so then we have the occurrence rate, and again, this should be customized to your organization, you know. But for this example, you know, we'll say a rating of 1 means that there's a 1 in 1.5 million chance that, you know, something is going to happen, or it's even less than that. And so we're going to say that it's very unlikely to occur. And then a rank of 10 is, you know, greater than 1 and 2. And so what's greater than 1 and 2? Well, you know, it's probably, you know, 1.1 or 1.5, you know, times in 2. Here for a 9, maybe it's 1 and 3. But again, this occurrence rate, it should be customized to your organization and further customized to the specific project. And then we talk about detection or detectability. You know, the ability to detect an error has been induced or a problem has been induced into the system. If it's almost certain that you're going to immediately detect it, then we give that a ranking of 1. If it's going to be very hard to detect, or maybe you can't even detect it within your organization, only the customer is going to detect that. And by the time something gets into the customer's hands, it's too late. And I'm talking about an end user customer of your products or services. And, you know, it's too late to prevent that customer exposure at that point, because the defect or the problem is already in their hands. And so I have these dollar signs here for a very specific reason. The earlier that you can detect a problem in your system, the less expensive that problem is going to be to your organization. Like the assembly line of where they was making cakes, or where they are the example, you know, where they were showing lean principles in the office environment, and they were processing paperwork. The sooner that that problem gets identified, the less expensive it's going to be. But if you don't recognize the problem, or don't have the cultural response that's necessary to have the integrity to make sure that something gets corrected, or have the I guess the best word is motivation and lack of laziness to fix a problem, and that problem gets passed off to the next level, the next department, or the next step in the process, and then it gets passed off to the next department, the next department, the next department. The further it goes along your value stream, the more that that's costing you. Why? Why is that a true statement? Leanne, what do you think?
Because the longer that it takes for you to realize, the more the damage can be, I'm guessing.
Yeah, the more the damage can be, and the more that it costs, because if I'm handing something off to you, more time has expired, right? And time is money. And then you're going to spend your time to do something with it and hand it off to somebody else. And now everything that you've done to that is really, it's all going towards waste at this point, right? Because if it's ultimately going to be bad, or if it's ultimately going to be sent for rework or rejected, then it's all that additional time and all those additional steps are all being added to something that's bad in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And so it doesn't matter if it's a physical item or if it's a transactional flow. All these things incur more time as they go through. And in a physical flow environment, typically we're adding more physical things to a product that's being developed. Or, you know, in the transactional flow, you know, maybe, you know, it's a form and I'm adding more entries and I'm adding more approvals and things of that nature. And then, you know, I've added all these approvals, but then something was wrong with it. And when I have to send it for rework, now it's got to go through all that approval process again. So again, it's all this waste that's incurred. I have this this E and this R here with this triangle here that we're going to call a delta, and a delta being a mathematics symbol, okay? And so if E equals expectation, what do you think R represents? That E could be the expectation of your customer, it could be the expectation of your boss, it could be the expectation of your organization as a whole, okay? They are along the lines of results, it's reality, okay? And so, yes, absolutely, Erica, it's reality, all right? And so, you know, in any organization, what you tend to have, either from the customer perspective, your boss's perspective, or the organization as a whole perspective, there's an expectation, and then there's some level of gap, and then there's what the real reality is. And your objective, not just with the use of FMEA, failure modes effects analysis, but with your use of continuous process improvement as a discipline, is to identify what is the magnitude of that delta, what's the magnitude of that gap between expectation and reality, and what are the constituent elements of that delta, what makes that difference happen between expectation and reality, and how do you shrink it to the lowest value possible, okay? To where we have a complete alignment between expectation and reality. Well, that would be a state of perfection. We'll never be completely matched, but how can I get ever so close to that? So that's one thing that's kind of on your mind while you're doing FMEA, but it's not just limited to FMEA. That's across the board. Now, I should be able to grab this. I want to use this example of an FMEA as opposed to the one in your book, because I like the storylines that go along with it. And we'll get you to guess. This isn't just an FMEA on building elevators. It's in a specific location. This is a real world FMEA example. Now, it's not the total FMEA. FMEAs can be pages, several pages long. I've been involved with FMEAs at NASA that got to be hundreds of pages long for one FMEA. Most businesses aren't going to run an FMEA that's that long, but you could run into several pages of FMEA. And so when you're structuring your FMEA, you'll see these categories that we were just talking about: severity, occurrence, and detection. This RPN is the product of those things. And that's why I can own the lowest number that I can use is a 1, because in order to get the RPN, I'm going to multiply the severity times the occurrence times the detection, and that's going to give me my RPN. So why can I not use a 0 in here? Why can your scales not include a 0? What?
Anything times 0 equals 0. You'll get a wrong answer.
Right. And so what I would have is I would have one category negating the influence of the other categories because it would zero out the RPN. And now I may have a 1 to where it has no impact or has a very little chance of occurrence. Okay, well, then that's fine. It's a 1. So If it was 10 times 1, that's still 10, right? So it has no impact on the RPN by having that 1 there. If it was a 10 here and a 10 here, well, that's 10 times 10 equals 100, okay? And then the 1 here would have no impact on reducing that severity or that detectability, because I shouldn't be able to change what is the severity and the detectability just by changing the occurrence, and vice versa, any of these other categories. So what I want is I want it to be very distinguishable. Where is my greatest concern? And so say another team developed this and categorize things by, you know, item of door for the elevator, and then categorize things by the car. Well, the things having to do with the car, the part of the elevator that you actually step into, well, that doesn't seem to be driving the high RPNs. The high RPNs that we're looking at on this segment of an FMEA has to do with the door. And so all these critical things having to do with the door, let's just zero in on some of them. We're not going to do all of them, because something that's ranked at a 20 or a 60, well, really, it doesn't warrant my time for investigation when I have things like a 720 and a 350 and a 300. So let's zero in on a couple of these high ones. And so in this situation, you have the item, the door, so the category of the door. And what is the failure mode? Well, the failure mode is a microscan failure. Well, what failure effect does that cause? Well, the door will not close. And you'll see the failure effect is running consistent with everything on this door. Okay, the door not closing. That seems to be the big concern that this team has revealed. And then what's the severity of impact? Well, they put it at a 10. And I told you before, usually that's reserved for serious bodily injury or life or death. And so, you know, you may be saying, okay, well, that seems kind of high. But again, the team brainstormed on this and they said the severity of impact of this door not closing is a 10. Well, we'll get into that in a minute. But let's talk about, well, what are the causes? Well, the causes is a dirty cover on the scanner strips. Well, how frequently are we subject to that failure? Now, the occurrence rate is an analysis that the team is going to make about future susceptibility. This doesn't have to be based off of historical data. It can be informed off of historical data. It could be informed off of benchmarking in-house, comparing it to like things, or benchmarking, you know, within your industry, comparing other products or services that are known to be out there and their rates of failure occurrence. Or it could just be your projections. We should bring data to some of this to help with this analysis. So it's not just a subjective, but it's more of an objective evaluation where it's possible. Now, keep in mind, this is as is. So from an as is perspective, when I'm first mapping this out and define, I want to say, well, what are the controls? Well, the controls are proper housekeeping, i.e. no mop water getting on to the sensor. And so what is that saying? That's saying that my only control that we currently have is finger pointing. Maybe I write up an SOP. Maybe I give some training, you know, but it's person-dependent outcome. And this person-dependent outcome is a problem. What we need to do is we need to re-engineer whatever that process is, whatever that feature is with a product. We need to re-engineer that to where we have less dependency on, you know, a person failing. And because here's the thing, if my only control is proper housekeeping and not getting mop water onto the sensor, then across time, when I'm not focusing on watching that custodian every time that they mop that floor, or creating some kind of checklist or some type of supervision for them, across time, whatever advantages I can get through training and SOP inclusion and things like that, it's going to diminish across time. And I'll be right back with the same problem again. That janitor leaves and a new janitor comes in and we got the same problem again. And so how do we engineer or re-engineer our way out of this problem? We have a microscan failure, door won't close, dirty cover on scanner strips, and the only thing that we have to control that is proper housekeeping right now. What's an idea that kind of comes to mind where you say, okay, well, let me make it to where I'm less dependent on the outcome being driven by this janitor? So the floor is open to you. What do you think? How can I modify this?
So I have an idea, but this might not be the right idea, or the most cost-friendly idea, but perhaps those sensors could be upgraded that could be waterproof or less prone to damage.
Beautiful. All right. So maybe I need better sensors. Maybe I need sensors that can see through an opaque lens. In other words, I'm going to mistake-proof this, but I'm going to mistake-proof it to the perspective that I'm making the lens less susceptible to the environment in which it is. Does that make sense? Beautiful. And I like kind of where your mind was at, Jerry. You know, you were thinking about the cost side of it. On the initial phases of brainstorming, we want to have those considerations, but we want to kind of suppress those considerations at the same time because we need to get the information out there to the team. So don't self-regulate and prevent an idea from coming up to the surface, because wherever that idea may cause a concern, maybe there is a cost concern, but maybe there's another way that if we continue to brainstorm it, that we can get the same advantages. Does that make sense? Okay. Does anybody else have an idea of what we can do for this micro scan failure? What do you think, Jorge? Are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes, I was trying to type something, but I think I'm a slow typer.
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah. But what about if we have like an intro train to the janitor that is new to try to avoid? I was thinking in something, maybe I was thinking something else, right? So we have all those problem with the sensors. We already identified that there will be a problem when in the housekeeping. What do we train the janitor to say, instead of going there with your mop and maybe provoke that gets water into the sensor, why instead change the process and use only a special cloth for that? I don't know if I'm doing this correctly.
Yeah, and so, you know, you're saying instead of using water-based mopping, have some type of other cleaning mechanism.
Yes.
And that's kind of, we're still maybe dealing with some person-dependent outcome, but maybe if we robustly, change, to a dry mop system for that entire zone, then that's possible. And we could possibly consider that a win on the re-engineering the process. I think that we still have a lot of susceptibility there. Another thing that often comes up, there we go, Trinice, move the sensor up higher. Now, when we do performance improvement projects, what we got to do is we got to kind of do the risk mitigation along the path. I want to remove the sensor. I mean, not remove, but move the sensor. I want that on the table. Now, as we start to do the risk mitigation, we start to say, okay, well, what are the undesirable effects, the UDEs? What are the unintended consequences of moving that sensor? Well, the sensor is down low in case there's like a small child, even a child crawling on the floor. And that sensor is there to tell if something is in the path that it shouldn't close the door, okay? And so what's the industry regulation? How high can that sensor be per industry regulation? And maybe I need to go check that regulation. Maybe I need to do the Missouri state and check that. And then I need to check where is my sensor located. And if it's like only 2 or 3 inches off the floor and the industry regulation says that I can have it 10 inches up, then let's get it moved 10 inches up. Does that make sense? Now, let me add some gravitas to this whole situation. We're talking about an elevator, and that may not seem real important, but let me tell you where this elevator is. In fact, I'll ask you to guess. If I tell you this is a very important elevator, where do you think it might be? Anyone want to guess? Maybe when I tell you this next story, let's skip the 350 and go straight to the 300. So we got a failure mode, misalignment of a plastic jib, excuse me. Misalignment of a plastic jib, and the door won't close. What's causing it? Pushing or hitting the door transversely. That means at a 90-degree angle. Something is hitting it hard enough to where in the steel case door, this plastic jib is either getting misaligned or broken in the process. And the control, shake your finger, proper use of the elevator, stop hitting it transversely, stop hitting it at that 90-degree angle very, very hard. Okay, so now having that knowledge that this is the line item that we're going to try and re-engineer our way out of, I'm telling you that this is a very important elevator. Where do you think this elevator may be? Construction site? Any other guesses? Service? Hospital, there we go. That's what I'm looking for. Sergio's got it. First one out of the box. Sergio, yes, it's at a hospital, but it's not just at a hospital. This is a emergency room to operating room, ER to OR elevator. Now maybe having that knowledge, you understand why the disuse of this elevator, the elevator not working because the door won't close? Do you understand why it has a severity of 10? Anything that's going to cause that elevator to not be functional or usable is getting ranked a 10. Why? Because the matter of seconds can be the difference between life or death in this emergency room to operating room elevator path. And so how can we re-engineer our way out of this problem, misalignment of the plastic jib? What's some ideas that you might have? You know the problem. The problem is something's hitting it. That something is the patient gurney. The patient gurney is hitting that door, and it's hitting it hard enough to dislodge or to break that plastic jib that's in the door frame. So what can we do other than telling people not to hit the door? Rubber protector, okay, good. And new covering, plastic. Oh, I like that. And Kristen, so we're talking about the jib inside the frame, and so it's basically it's linkage for the door. And yeah, why is it plastic if it's this important of a door? You know, why is it plastic in the first place? Maybe it needs to be titanium. Maybe it needs to be some type of steel. Maybe, you know, maybe, I don't know. Maybe we need to, you know, talk to the elevator manufacturers and find out why we got plastic parts in such an important piece of the elevator. What about, you know, the gurney is hitting the door? Well, we need to go study that process. We need to go look at it in the real world situation and not disturb the natural process underway. We just need to see what's happening in that environment, you know, as patients, you know, are being, you know, rushed from the emergency room to the operating room. And how is the gurney hitting that? And now I saw rubber protector on there. And so the temptation would be to put rubber on the patient gurney. Is that where you was heading there, Sergio?
Sort of. I mean, just rubber is amazing.
Okay, and so that's good, But then what's our susceptibility? What's the undesirable effect that can come out of that? What's the unintended consequence with putting rubber on a patient gurney?
Probably bacteria.
Oh, thank you. Absolutely. So, and so as we start walking that through though, then we can say, okay, well, I have trouble, but what I'm going to say is, okay, well, I need to reduce the impact, but then what if I could eliminate the impact? And then it can cause us to maybe look at, when we go to study, we do the GIMBA, we go to see. GIMBA is go to see, okay? We go to see what's really happening in the real world, and we look at that interaction space of the process underway, and we recognize, well, wait a minute, somebody on the team says, that door seems to really be opening slow, okay? And so is it happening as fast as it should be? And so maybe we need to time how long it's taken for that door to open. Have you experienced some doors on elevators open slow and some open fast? Have you experienced that in the real world before? Yes. And guess what? It's just like, us live people, elevators get old, they don't work as well as they used to. And so, maybe it's not even meeting, the design specifications. So maybe we need to time that. Maybe we need to talk to the elevator manufacturer or see if it's under warranty. Whatever the situation is, even if we have to pay for it ourselves, put a new motor on that thing, amp it up, get that door open faster. Okay, why? Because the need is there within the process, and the payoff would be there if we didn't have that susceptibility. But again, is that the end of the analysis? No, this is just the beginning of a discussion. I wanted to walk through this, and really this is kind of stealing some of the thunder out of improve, but that's what happens. By the time that we get to improve, we're going to have a lot of these conversations already kind of front loaded. But I want you to get the idea that this isn't just about going and collecting the information and then we're going to do nothing with it. I want you to have the idea just by going through this little, example here, that we're going to take these tools, but the tools don't mean anything until we have effective brainstorming around it. And then we go through the effective brainstorming, but we don't just come up with the pie in the sky idea. We walk through it. We look at the vulnerabilities. We see what we want to do. And now immediately I want to look at and balance the risk. For everything that you want to do to insert a change, there's going to be some type of risk. So let's go ahead and have the risk discussion while we're coming up with the ideations for improvement. All right, and that's going to take you to a quiz. Each section has a quiz that's associated with it, and then the immediate slide after it gives you the answer. Sometimes it gives you, explanation of the answer. Sometimes it just tells you what the answer is. All right, we're not going to go through the quiz as a class. You're going to go through the quiz as an individual. And I suggest before you take your test that you have all quizzes completed. When possible, do the quiz. It's just a short quiz like what you just saw. Do the quiz before we get into the next training day, if that's possible on your schedule. It'll help you out because it's going to cause you to go look back through the material. Some of the stuff in the material as we move forward, we're going to kind of rush through a little bit more. And so the quiz is going to make sure that you get everything that you need from an academic perspective. All right, and so now we're going to get into define. But before I do that, before I jump into the define overview, I want to hear from you if you have any questions with regard to the basic overview of Lean and Six Sigma. Are these disciplines, from an overview perspective, are they what you thought they were going to be, or what are you looking for? Remember, we haven't gotten deep into the weeds on any of this stuff yet, though. We're just talking about the overview. Do you have questions on the overview section?
No questions, but I would like to add the examples right now on your scenario with the elevator. I think those are really good examples to get us into that way of thinking, right? And looking into identifying what these potential problems are, and of course also the potential solutions, right? So I think those are really good examples. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I appreciate that feedback. And Erica, yes, I get it. I get completely. The acronyms are going to take a while. The terms and definitions are going to take a while. An organization that is hardwired into Lean and Six Sigma will establish a yellow belt protocol requirement before going into the green belt and black belt. And that's specifically so you get time to get acclimated to the verbiage and get acclimated to the acronyms, but it's not a industry requirement, and so you can step in entry level into the green belt, but then you got that uphill challenge. And so this is where I firmly, again, I'll reiterate the recommendation: print out your glossary and just start working with that on a regular basis until you've absorbed all that. But I appreciate you bringing that up. And as much as possible, if I'm going to use an acronym, I'm going to spell it out a little bit, but it's going to get in the course to where, I just start using the acronym that I've already previously spelled out. And so if you have the printed version, you can look this up real quick, or if you have a split screen, you can do a quick search, or just, voice up, hey, what does that acronym mean? Or look it up later. Right, so there's a lot of opportunities, for dealing with that. All right, good deal. And yeah, it's part of the challenge and part of your initial growth as individuals and as a team that you're going to have to undertake and understand. It's part of what makes this a methodology and a discipline, though, is having some commonality in that vocabulary and in those acronyms and in the tools that we use. And so that's what makes it a methodology in the first place. But it is a language unto itself. I get that. And some of it is Japanese. And so we have to get accustomed to it. All right, so here are key objectives in the define phase. We can go through yada, yada, all this bullet list. Really, what I need to do is I need to define what improvement project I need to do. And so at the beginning of this module, I'm actually going to take you to the end of this module and let you know what you're going to be doing as a team. And then we can go through the material a lot more effectively if you start getting an idea of what this define phase is really all about from a team engagement perspective. And so before I take you through all of this stuff of project selection, identifying the organizational need, identifying the projects, evaluating the project, selecting the right project, review the project, and all these steps that are associated with this, really what are we trying to say? We're trying to say, hey, you as a team need to figure out what it is that your organization needs you to do. What does the customer want, need, and desire from you? And where's your organization falling short of meeting those customer needs? And what SMART goals and objectives are already established within your organization or need to be established to close whatever gap there is between what the customer wants, needs, and desires are for today and into the future versus what your organization is performing at right now. Okay, and so this on the define, really, that's kind of what your team is trying to get a sense of. Okay, what do I need to work on? And so we need to add some structure to that. But before we get all involved with getting the structure, we need to just kind of look at the organization on a macro level. Okay, look at the organization on a macro level and say, where are we hurting? What are the pain spots? Where do I have tremendous susceptibilities? I'll start a cliche statement out. A chain is only as strong as what? A chain is only as strong as what?
Its weakest link.
Okay. And so, look at the chain of operations in your organization. Look at the chain of steps and processes and procedure. Look at the interdependencies, the handoff spots, and where is the susceptibility in your chain and your value stream. And that's where you want to start focusing your improvement effort. And where we want to find out is, where do we have human dependencies, or where do we have band-aid fixes like this paperclip? This is a human dependency here, that, you know, this person is holding the chain links together, okay? But then that becomes a very person-dependent outcome. And so, you know, how do I make it more of a system-dependent outcome? And we may already have a system like down here in the lower right-hand corner, you know, where it's already broken. And, you know, your system or your process, it's already broken, it's already shattered, and we're still trying to function that way, and it just doesn't work out. And so, you know, when we look at our different silos, like, you know, common things, you know, that come up for different departments: purchasing, marketing, sales, operations, and sometimes, you know, organization, a team, an individual wants to just work on one silo area at a time. But what we need to do is we need to look at the customer experience. Where is the customer trying to draw value? Customer is drawing value across your silos, okay? And so we need to scope and map a project out that goes across these interdependencies and follows the customer experience through your organization. Will that get you to participate on a different level than what a lot of times you're accustomed to? A lot of times you're accustomed to staying within your own department, staying within your own silo. And what we have to do when we scope out a project is find out, well, what silos do I need to reach across? And so that should start informing you who should be on your team, okay? Because we need to have CFT in mind when we're putting a team together. And does anybody want to hazard a guess what CFT is? What is a CFT?
It's a cross-functional team.
Absolutely. Appreciate it, Jerry. All right. So we want a cross-functional team because our problems tend to be cross-functional within our organization. And instead of me just fixing things in my independent silo, what I need to do is I need to look at those interdependencies, and we need to create a team and team engagement and teamwork across those interdependencies to come up with a robust solution that works for the organization from the customer perspective. Up here in the upper left, this is kind of like the flow of that water molecules in the as-is process in the bottle that was overturned in the TOC example, okay? You got all kinds of energies heading different directions, you know, and if we looked at the energies and the efforts, you know, in different silos, this is what we'd see. You know, different silos, different departments, different workstations are heading, different individuals are heading different directions. What we need is to identify what is that SMART goal, objective, North Star, and then be like these Canadian geese. And what's really important about these Canadian geese that you're aware of? Does anybody know some interesting tidbits about Canadian geese and their migration pattern? What do you know about Canadian geese? Anybody know how far they can fly? In their migration, they will fly 2,300 to 3,000 miles nonstop. How in the world can they do that? How can they fly like 30 hours to 40 hours nonstop?
So I don't know, it might be a different bird, but I heard that some of those migratory birds, what they do is whoever's in front, they rotate. So they can all fly wrapped together. And then once someone gets tired, they keep rotating, and that way they can fly.
Yeah, and the ones that are in the back are picking up on the lift from the ones up above them, in front of them. And the one in the front, is putting forth the most extreme effort, because there's nobody breaking wind and nobody is, creating lift for this person. But guess what? If we ran an improvement team this way, it's really helpful. So you take a leader of certain phases of certain, tool engagements, and then, you let that person lead for a bit, but then that person rotates to the back and another team member comes up and takes a lead on the next stage of the improvement or the next tool that's going to be used. And then that person rotates back and then the next one comes up. Do you see how there could be a huge advantage there? Does that change the team dynamics? Very much so, right? Okay. Do you think the leader is going to be helped more by the team members that knows that the next day or a week from now, they're going to be in the leadership position? Absolutely. And so it makes a tremendous amount of difference in the way that your team engagement goes. Now, what's really cool is when we can figure out how to not only do this type of modeling with our improvement process, but what about our processes within our organization? How can we model as much as possible this type of a structure in the way that we conduct our day-to-day business? How can we give people that are in subordinate roles leadership opportunities and support them in those leadership opportunities, but then give another person leadership opportunities the next day or the next week, and have more of this team rotation effect going on with the process that we do. Earlier, I told you we're going to add to this IPO flow model, the input, process, output flow model, and we're going to add supplier and customer. Now, we call this a SIPOC map, and it's going to be an important part of the mapping to figure out how we're going to select projects and then how we're going to map out what we're doing in that project space. But a lot of times, I like to refer to this as COPUS as opposed to SIPOC. And so somebody guess why I would want to call it COPUS, C-O-P-I-S, as opposed to SIPOC? Just take a guess. Ah, there we go. Good. And both of you are correct, okay? So we want the customer first. And so, when we're going to do an improvement project, even from the selection and then in the execution phase, we want to think from the customer perspective. What does the customer want, need, or desire from us? Well, in order to give that person what they want, need, or desire, I'm going to have a certain output. In order to have that certain output and be able to reliably and stably provide it, I have to realign my process in a specific way. In order to realign that process in a specific way, I need these particular inputs. If I'm going to have these particular inputs, I got to have these suppliers. See, when I walk it backwards, it's a completely different story than just figuring out who my suppliers are going to be, what my input, what my process, what my output, and then where's a customer that I take that from me. Okay, let's look at the customer, what needs and desires first, and then map out the journey to deliver that. Okay, and so I realize some people may say, oh well, you're just nitpicking, whether you call it COPUS or SIPOC, and it's not a matter of what you call it, it's a matter of what mindset do you bring into the analysis, and so the mindset that your team needs to bring into the analysis, start with that customer, their expectations that you're put in place to satisfy. And then we don't want to just look at the outputs and the process and the input. We want to look at the key metrics that are associated with that. So when I really start doing SIPOC mapping, what I want to do is I want to look at, from the customer perspective, what measures of quality, speed, and costs are they trying to drive from us, okay? And where am I capturing this data currently as is? And if I don't have all the data on the output captured right now, well, that's not surprising. It means that I need to design for the capture of that data that's going to give me a good indication of quality, speed, and cost in meeting these customer objectives. And then I want to find out, well, what process metrics do I have right now that I can start going out to measure? But then I want to find out that there's gaps in that, you know, and so I'm going to have, as part of the improvement effort, I'm going to have to say, okay, well, these are the process metrics that we need to design and include into the performance improvement. And another thing that you're going to find out, whether you're talking about the input metrics, the process metrics, or the output metrics, you're probably capturing a lot of metrics that aren't really meaningful to the customer want, needs, and desires. Maybe they're serving a business purpose, but chances are they're serving no purpose at all. And so those we want to kind of highlight, and we figure out how do we eliminate those. Why? Why would you want to eliminate metrics that aren't serving a real purpose? Waste, absolutely. And so lean is a war on waste, right? And so from the very beginning, as we start mapping this, we want to think about that war on waste. I want to draw resources to get the right metrics and the right measurements and the right monitoring systems in place. But in order to have that, maybe I need to create capacity. So lean really is about creating capacity and exploiting capacity. Well, part of the way that I create that capacity is find out what I'm doing that I shouldn't be doing. That's really just driving chaos, confusion, and wrong decision making within the organization. Okay. With regard to data and data analysis, have you ever heard of the term GIGO, G-I-G-O? Somebody tell me what G-I-G-O is if you're familiar with it. G-I-G-O. Okay. Beautiful, Trinice. Trinice, you seem to know a lot of things. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, you know, good on you. All right. Have you taken a green belt course before or yellow belt?
No, but I have a degree in industrial and quality engineering.
Okay, well, and so there's a tremendous amount of overlap because a lot of that academia is actually based on the same principles. So you're going to see that commonality continue on. Okay, and so here's the thing, you know, this is what we're looking at. We're looking at creating capacity to exploit capacity. But in order to start doing that with data analysis, we got to figure out if we got garbage in, garbage out. Okay, and a lot of times if we got bad data systems where we're collecting these metrics, those are the things that we need to either optimize or get out of our system because it's causing us to make bad decisions. All right, now, when we're first starting out, and you're going to take this into your teamwork here, and actually towards the end of this next section, after we take a break, come back, towards the end of this next section, your team is going to get together and start thinking about, well, who are the major players? Who are the major stakeholders with regard to an area that you want to work on? And so first consideration is who is the customer base that you're trying to serve and what is their want, need, and desire? And then we got to think about, well, who are these major stakeholders that are associated with that? Now, stakeholder conversation can become very extended. If you look at ISO, International Organization of Standards, definition of what is a stakeholder, well, a stakeholder is anyone that is impacted by the things that your organization does and does not do in current and future generations. Okay, is that a huge group of people? What do you think? It's huge. It's kind of hard to get your arm around. And so we want to come back and, like ISO does, we want to say, okay, well, we're going to focus on the stakeholders that are materially impacted by the scope of the project or the service that's under evaluation. And so now we got to think about, okay, well, we got millions of stakeholders beyond that, okay, but who are the people that are materially impacted by the scope of the project that you're going to have, and who owns that process? What are the touch points? Who are the major decision makers? Who are the managers within the organization having to do with that process? Who are the employees? Who are the customers, obviously? What type of societal impacts will that have? And so that's some good initial evaluation. We'll keep that on a very high level of discussion when your team comes together selecting projects. But you know, you definitely want to kind of think about that. You know, who are the stakeholders, and what are my chances of, you know, gaining alignment and having an impact from this improvement project. Another thing that you want to consider when you're scoping out your project is, how is the communication, internal and external, of your organization? And if I have any project management professionals, you've probably seen this image before, but I absolutely love this image. So I took it out of the project management professional world and brought it here because it very much applies. So in the upper left-hand corner, you see how the customer explained what they wanted. And then you see, as it goes through the different silos, the project leader understood it this way, the analyst designed it this way, the programmer wrote it this way, and I love this one, the business consultant, you know, described it this way. This is how the project was documented, what operations installed, how the customer was billed, how it was supported, but this is what the customer really needed. Now, sometimes people get all the way to the end here and they say, this is what the customer needed. This is what the customer asked for. This is what they needed. Oh, well, then it's the customer's fault, right? Because they didn't explain it well. Is that true? Is it the customer's fault that they didn't explain it well? Who has the responsibility of a customer communication? Erica, you're absolutely correct. And we have that onus of responsibility in making sure that we have clarity in what the customer wants, needs, or desires. And as we start this conversation out about Lean and Six Sigma, you know, there's terms, there's technical terms, there's acronyms, there's definitions that you're not familiar with. Well, your customers are pretty much in the same way. You know, they're not familiar with your technical jargon. You're familiar with your technical jargon. And so they're not responsible for knowing how to communicate with you. You're responsible for knowing how to communicate with them and do your validations and everything else to make sure that we're all on the same sheet of music, okay? And then beyond that customer engagement, we have the responsibility of making sure that within each of our silos, everybody has the same understanding and is pursuing the same goal and objective. And a lot of times when the baton is being dropped, either from the internal customer perspective or, you know, satisfying the external customer, where that baton is being dropped, it's because we haven't really solidified the communication and we're not all going for the same goal or objective. And so when we start first identifying what is our project opportunity, we need to make sure, as we start thinking about how we're going to socialize this with those major touch points, we got to understand what is the different levels of understanding throughout these touch points, and how do they communicate things, how do we communicate things, and how do we get all of this communication into alignment. Don't worry, I'm not just going to keep this on a high level. We're going to get into the specific tools that you're going to use along with this. But a big part of that is being able to, you know, go from this journey of looking at your external customers and what are their expectations. You know, are we talking about intermediate customers, a business partner, or another, you know, NGO or another nonprofit, you know, that you're providing intermediate services to? Are we talking about the end user customer? Are we talking about affected parties? Are we talking about all these at the same time? These are some discussions that are going to have to go into your initial brainstorming for your problem statement and your problem selection. Another thing that goes into your conversations is, what is the business plan? okay? What is going to be the return on investment? When you start building a business case, you know, come back and look at these couple of slides and think about, you know, what business outcome are you looking for? How much effort is it going to take? What is the resources that you're going to need to draw? How long is this going to take? And then, you know, what are my benefits going to be from it? You know, what's going to be my return on investment? How much cost reduction am I going to be able to experience? Or, you know, how much am I going to be able to reduce turnaround time, or, you know, waiting time, you know, satisfying the customer needs and expectations? And then focusing on the, you know, reduction of defects, you know, and improvement of quality, and how much, you know, not is just am I going to satisfy customer expectation, but how much am I going to be able to satisfy customer expectation? And then part of what goes into your brainstorming with your team is also going to be, you know, communication strategies about, you know, how are you going to communicate this with the executive briefs? You know, how are you going to get, you know, executives, you know, to understand in a very concise snapshot picture, you know, what it is that you're trying to do? Because, you know, the higher level of the executive, the less time that they have to get into all the details. And, you know, I have some empathy for that. My last tour of duty in the Navy, my downline was 1,100 people. And I know people that have had downlines much larger than that. And some of you may have, you know, more than 1,100 subordinates. But I got to tell you, I can't get into the weedies of 1,100 people on a daily basis. Does that make sense? So when we talk about, you know, we need, you know, an executive brief strategy, it's because they don't have time to get into all the weedies if they got hundreds or even thousands of subordinates on a daily basis. And so how do we get that snapshot and that window of view to where they can, you know, come into alignment and support, and then, you know, figure out where they need to roll up their sleeves and get more detailed on a case-by-case basis. How is my strategy linking with the strategy of those executives or of other senior and mid-level managers throughout the organization? So how do we connect, you know, our strategies together, and then how are we going to update communications? But it all comes down to what is going to be the return on investment. Now, in a for-profit organization, we're talking about finance, you know, we're talking about making more money. But even in your nonprofit, it's all about saving money, because the more money that you can save, either through soft savings or hard savings, the more money that you can save, the more mission you can serve. And that's why your nonprofit exists in the first place, is to serve mission, to serve need. And so the more efficiently and cost effective you can do that, then obviously the better you're going to be. Now, we have different templates for financial evaluation and benefits capture that is in a template that I'm going to provide to each one of you. I don't just talk about these things during the class and tell you to go figure it out. By the end of the day, I will give you a quick preview of like a DMAIC template that I'm talking about, where it's going to tell you what tools are going to be necessary for the define phase. And here's an example of templates that you can use for the define, and it puts them all in sequence, and it gives you the minimum essential ingredients. But when I get into things like financial benefit analysis, guess who I want to bring into the team, at least for those particular objectives? Who do you think we want to bring onto the team when we want to do financial evaluation and benefit capture? People from what department? Finance department, thank you. Okay, we want to bring in the experts from your organization. So the tools and the templates and the methodologies that we use are consistent with the financial mechanisms that your organization uses. And so sometimes that finance person is going to be on your core team of doing this improvement project, but realistically, that's not going to be that often. You know, what's more frequent is your team is going to go to that finance person and get some contributory support during those phases of the improvement project that are necessary. Don't try to become all of a sudden an accountant or a finance expert as an individual. Your team needs to seek out these areas of expertise and authority within your organization, graft them in for those particular moments of the project, get their support, and then move on. So what's another reason why we need these mid-level senior managers and executive leaders engaged in this project space? It's because we need the influence that's going to be necessary to get your accountants to favorably participate with your improvement project. All right, let's see, we came back at what time? Somebody give me a reminder. What time did we come back? We came back at 1:05, and so I'm about 7 minutes over right now, but that's okay. You guys forgive me, right? Yes? Okay, I'm gonna pay you back right now. All right, so let's come back at 30 minutes after, and then we'll continue on with this section and get you to the point where you get to break out into teams. You're getting a couple of extra minutes. I want you to start having conversations with each other, where you got to call each other or email each other, have some communication and figure out 3 teams for me. Who's going to be on 3 different teams? Right now, you can call it team 1, team 2, team 3. Eventually, you're going to come up with a fun and exciting team name for yourselves, keeping it professional, of course, but you can have some fun with it, okay? And then by the end of the day, you're going to be working with that team to do the brainstorming for project identification, selection, and outlining your problem statement. And so that's where we're heading. Okay, go ahead and give a TU if you haven't yet. And I'm going to continue on. The positive effects of a project on customers, on the external customer, obviously it's a solution to problems, better products, requirements are effectively met, improved customer service, customer satisfaction. But another thing that I'll add to that is an increase in customer loyalty and return support from the customer to your organization. Now, your particular customers, you can think, okay, well, how is my customer going to support me? Well, if you're a nonprofit, the voice of your customer and their levels of satisfaction and fulfillment of their needs, actually has a way and has a channel of getting back to the sponsors of your nonprofit, and so there's a tremendous amount of way that your customers actually pay you back through reputation building, and eventually some of your customers may actually be part of your team as time goes on, and that may even be some situation that's really experienced right now within your organization. But then, we look at the positive effects on the internal customer, high levels of motivation, high level of job satisfaction. People want to be problem solvers, and maybe they're apprehensive and they're fearful of it at first, but, as we work as teams and as we, experience, the success, the failures, the challenges together as a team, it really builds up camaraderie. And giving increased roles and responsibilities means that there's increased levels of growth opportunity focusing on delivering requirements, not as individuals, but truly as teams, improving that team bonding. But then with all these benefits, we need to look at, constantly for everything that we want to talk about, we got to come back and talk about these UDEs. And again, what did I call UDE? How do you spell that out? UDE. What's a UDE? Erica, do you remember what a UDE is?
Sorry, my mic wasn't quite. No, I don't.
Yeah, that's fine. Jerry just helped you out. Is undesirable effect, okay? And sometimes we call this unintended consequences, but the more familiar that you're going to see is UDEs, okay? So undesirable effects or unintended consequences. And so, in this situation, the guy was just trying to chop down the tree and he inadvertently, cut off the head on his shadow, okay? But, for everything that you want to change in a system, what is the undesirable effect or the unintended consequence that can come out of that? Now, the next several slides, really just talk about, customer, getting customer data, customer communications, and, a lot of this is kind of notional. You already have systems in place for customer communication, and some of that will become the scope of your project. But basically, I just want to quickly go through, a couple of different categories. And you can have like a questionnaire. Questionnaires are very popular because they can be done in mass, and they can be delivered, in either paper format or they can be delivered online. They can be delivered via phone calls, but more so, there's a movement towards online questionnaires and surveys and things of that nature. One thing that I'll say about questionnaires is they're only going to be as good as the way that you develop them, the specific questions that you're asking, and then the styles of which you're gaining those responses. If everything is based off a Likert scale means 1 to 5 or 1 to 10. Do you love me? Yes or no? Circle 1 below. Okay, but it really doesn't tell you everything that you need to know in all these categories of questions that you need to ask. So we need to ask some open-ended questions. I'm glad you appreciate that, Kristen. But we need to ask some open-ended questions as well, to get more expression and some more quality of the input, something that we can base things more reliably on. If I get a large volume of the Likert scale information, it can start to tell me something against a large volume. Looking at the individual response from a Likert scale, it's really hard to tell because those numbers can be selected so subjectively. And so we may even look at the pre-assessment survey that I gave you to kind of get an idea about that. And so let's pull that up real quick. So you probably noticed when I asked the pre-assessment, I didn't just ask things on the Likert scale. I gave you some opportunity to give me some open-ended expression, and from that I can get some good information. But the responsibility there is now you got to have somebody that's able and willing and has time to kind of interpret that open-ended expression. Whereas all that stuff on Likert scale, I can get a computer to kind of synthesize that. And so, there's pros and cons to every style that you're going to ask. Now, we'll look at the summary of the 29 responses that we have for batch 1 and batch 2. And as you can see, for these different types of questions, we get some spread. But the more data that I get, the more people that I survey, the more that I can find where are the areas of concentration across the spread. And it starts to give me more intelligence for analysis. But then what becomes really important is these open-ended questions. Now, these are all very short response. Sometimes your open-ended questions can be, paragraphs long, and that, gives you more detail to have to go through. But as you look at a survey response or a questionnaire response, just understand that if you keep it all number-based, that's fine. You can let the computer, tabulate things for you, and you can get some ideas from interpretation from that. But in order to really get good communication, you're going to have to ask open-ended questions. But then you're probably going to have to do some follow-up even after those open-ended questions and get more detail. And so, there's advantages and disadvantages to the different approaches that we can take here. Advantage of keeping it low cost and easy to interact with means that I can get a really good response rate. Disadvantage of things like mail in response, you're only going to get 20 to 30% returns on a mailer. If you're making phone calls, well, that depends on who you're calling, the quality of your call list, what's our warm contact established ahead of time. If you make it easy and interactive and attractive and online, you can get pretty high responses. But then again, what is the value of those responses? What's the value of the intelligence that got collected? Telephone survey, that's nice because you can ask the follow-up questions in real time. You can ask open-ended questions and you can ask the follow-up questions in real time. The problem in getting the voice of the customer that way is it can be very expensive. This is a very expensive approach to take. If you're hiring that third party, that's expensive. If you're doing it in-house, that's expensive. It's going to take a lot of personnel resource time. And then how well are your people trained that are doing the telephone survey to ask the right questions, not ask leading questions, not do a self-fulfilling prophecy, and then how good are they at capturing that voice of the customer and interpreting what they're saying? So again, a lot of susceptibility in either of these directions that you go in. Now, possibly a nice upgrade approach is a focus group. Give me a TU if you've participated in a focus group before, either as a subject or led a focus group. Okay, this is something that's nice to get some exposure to. And what you do is you bring in a group, not just an individual or a couple of individuals. You bring in a group that you believe is representative of a larger population that you want to make an inference toward, and you just generate some discussion and some open-ended conversations from the members of the focus group. The hazard associated with a focus group is whoever you have to lead that focus group can sometimes lead the discussion in such a way that they're doing a self-fulfilling prophecy. So whatever they want as an outcome from that focus group, they'll drive the focus group into that conversation, and they'll drive the responses of that focus group. And that's a wrong approach. It shows a lack of integrity for that focus group coordinator, or a lack of training and knowledge or understanding of how they're supposed to lead a focus group. Really, a focus group is you're just supposed to make the conversation happen, but don't try and direct what the outcome of that conversation is. So you got to kind of guide it into existence, but then kind of let it take a life of its own. And in order to have an effective focus group, really, you need to have somebody that's experienced in running focus groups and doing it the proper way. And then if you want some people to do that internal to your organization that haven't had that experience, let them, do that left seat, right seat training. In other words, kind of like how you learn to drive, let them be in the front seat first and watch you drive, and then put them over into the driver position when they've established enough experience being in the passenger seat. All right. So, and then we have interview. Now, this can be really one of the more expensive routes where we're taking that interview approach towards the customer and we're bringing them in one at a time or a very small group and, you know, just a couple at a time. And we're doing an actual interview, just as if you were doing an interview to hire somebody. But you're doing a interview that's more one-on-one or very small group. And again, can be expensive. We can get a lot of really good information out. You know, we can tackle complex questions over a wide range of information. We can use these visual aids. We can get a lot of really good feedback. Again, the disadvantage, very time consuming and costly. We tend to not reach as many representatives of that customer base because, you know, I can't interview 10,000 people. I can take a web survey from 10,000 people. I can't do a one-on-one interview with 10,000 people. That's not going to be financially feasible. Okay, and so, you know, sometimes what's best for getting that voice of the customer is really it's a eclectic approach. You know, to where you're using some telephone, some web survey, some interview technique, and you know, where do you decide, you know, where you're going to place his importance? Well, you can do a weighted matrix like what you see here. We're going to use all kinds of these type of weighted matrix. So we'll get into the operations of the functionality of this weighted matrix and another example. In fact, we're going to look at house of quality here very shortly, and it uses a weighted type matrix like this. But what are we looking at? We're looking at the critical factors and then the different mechanisms that we could select, like a telephone survey, web survey, interview. And so the critical factors that we would look at: respondents' availability, lead data, cost involved, time consumption. And so these are all critical factors. And then we're going to brainstorm, you know, well, what weight does that have in our decision making? Now, I like, when I'm going to establish weights, we're going to have a max number that this weight can add up to. In this situation, it added up to 100. That's always a nice thing to do, you know, make your weights add up to 100, like 100%. So you don't have a team that's going to say, okay, well, this weight is 20 and that weight is 20 and that weight is 20 and 20 and 20 and 20 all the way down. Then it's far too subjective and it has no relevance to reality. If you say, okay, well, all of these things together can only add up to 100, now that causes you to actually think about it more on a criticality level. And if you decide that this is going to be worth 20, then that means, you know, I need some things in here that are going to be worth much less than that, because obviously I can't have 20 in each one of these columns. So hopefully that makes sense to you. And then after we do that weightage, then we figure out, you know, well, how does telephone survey, you know, how is that valued for respondent availability, and so forth and so on. Maybe you build scales for this, or maybe you just have some really good team discussions to figure out where these numbers need to be. Sometimes your team has to slow down and argue things out. That's all right. We'll talk about, you know, that team engagement during that type of brainstorming later. But ultimately, when you use some prioritization matrix like this, you can decide, okay, well, we're going to focus mostly on web surveys. Why? Because it satisfies these critical factors to the greatest degree. Now, some of your organizations focus more on just customer complaints for deciding how, one, what that voice of the customer is, and two, how they're going to respond or adjust their processes in accordance with, you know, getting, you know, the voice of the customer in the way of complaints. Now, what is a really big hazard that's associated with this? If your organization is mostly just realigning processes based off of customer complaints, what we call the knee-jerk effect. Now, reaching the root cause, absolutely. So we need to do a study on this stuff, right, Kristen? Okay. And you know, the problem is too, is it may not be the full picture. Erica, absolutely correct. And oh, by the way, that loudest voice in all of your customer base, it may be from just one or two people. Maybe your customer base is tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people. Maybe it's 1,000 people. Okay. And you got this one voice that's very loud because they're very dissatisfied, and that's going to change all of your organization. Well, unfortunately, that's what happens a lot of times. You've probably heard the expression, the squeaky wheel gets the oil, but that one dissatisfied customer isn't necessarily the voice of your entire customer base. It's the voice of that particular customer. And so what tends to happen is organizations may respond disproportionately or with a belief that that customer is representing a larger portion of the population than what they really do. And so there's a hazard associated with that. This product complaint versus expedited service request, that's more along the manufacturing line. So we will disregard that for right now. You can come back and read up on it by all means. But I'm trying to push you to the point where you get into your exercise here. One of the things that you want to consider going into your exercise, where you're going to develop your own problem statement, is think from the perspective of critical to quality. And yeah, okay, yeah, I know, Kristen. Unfortunately, that's consistent with a lot of organizations that they want to change policy based on customer complaints. And again, if you conduct a study into that area of customer complaint and you do an improvement project based off of that area of customer complaint, and your study reveals that that's the direction that your organization needs to go, is to change policy based off of a robust study, I don't know, like a DMAIC project, define, measure, analyze, improve, and control, then that's fine. But what tends to happen, like Kristen is alluding that she's experienced, is organizations tend to do a knee-jerk reaction to what that customer complaint is, and that's very hazardous because we drive a lot of UDEs, we drive a lot of undesirable effects, and a lot of instability in the process, and a lot of dissatisfaction and chaos within the internal system, and it drives up attrition like crazy because people don't want to walk into a situation on a daily basis where they're defeated before they even got into the door. Okay, and so we need to fix some of that. And so let me take you into this critical to quality, but I want to give you an image here first. Right, so go into here. All right. This is my simplified view of different management levels. Down here on the bottom, you have management level 1, where you have all types of inputs, X's. X's are your inputs, whatever resources, physical or intrinsic. And so, you know, we got some type of outcome, and we may learn how to measure the outcome that we want. Maybe we're doing that well, maybe we're not doing it well. A lot of your decision makers, what they understand is something magical happens here in the middle between having, you know, whatever resources are necessary, but we don't really know what all these resources are. We just know that there's a bunch of stuff that goes into making the sausage. Sausage gets made somehow or another, but my critical thing that I want to control is this outcome. And so we tried to control processes based off of the lag measure. Okay, and you probably experienced this sometime in your professional life. And so what we need to do is we need to start figuring out what are those critical to? What are the CTXs? Now, your book refers to them as CTQs, but I mixed in some CTX language. So CTQ stands for critical to quality, but I want to think about CTX. Well, what is your objective of your project or that area of your project? Critical to quality, critical to safety, critical to on-time delivery, critical to customer satisfaction. Okay, this X is whatever it is that you're trying to achieve. Okay, and so, you know, it could be a critical to quality, but it may be a critical to cost, or it may be a critical to safety. And so out of all this mess of X's, let's see if we can get some type of organization. Let's see if we can get rid of some of the waste and redundancy, and let's understand what resources we're putting into something. But then let's figure out, how do we sort out the most critical of those factors? If everything's critical, nothing is critical. If everything's vital, nothing is vital. Okay, and so here we want to look at the critical X's, and we want to start analyzing that through brainstorming on the front end of doing this project. This is our SIPOC. When we do the process elements, we're really only talking about major functional task areas at the SIPOC level, because we're at that 50,000 foot view level of our process. And so I'm only looking at the big drop buckets of activity. And we'll get into some examples of that, but I'm not looking at the discrete steps. And so when I do a SIPOC map at the 50,000 foot view level, maybe I'm looking, however I'm scoping my project from end to end, maybe I'm only looking at 7 or 8, you know, major functional tasks that are happening. And then we have our output from that, okay? And so we're gonna start on the define phase, brainstorming what we believe these critical X's are. But then as we go into the measure and analyze phase, what we're going to do is we're going to find out what metrics are associated with controlling these X's. And then instead of trying to manage from lag measures, we learn to manage from lead measures. In other words, if I want a certain output or an outcome result, I need to figure out where are the control levers and what values do I need to hold this input at, what range of values do I need to hold this input at, and this input at, and this interdependency at, so I can control what that outcome is. And again, this doesn't matter if we're talking about transactional or physical flow. This is the area that we're getting into. On the define phase, where we're currently at, this is just going to be some notional evaluation that you start to have with your team, okay? But the way that we start harvesting out these critical to qualities is we identify the critical need, what the customer wants, needs, and desires, and is willing to pay for, by the way, and then identify the quality drivers, okay? And then identify the performance requirements. And what that looks like when you map it out is, you know, say the critical need is your customer wants great donuts. Well, what are the quality drivers to great donuts? Well, they need to be fresh. Well, if you know, I need to define that by performance requirements. So, you know, what is the performance requirement to give a fresh donut? Well, I need to stagger the production based on consumption, okay? And then I need to use bags, boxes that will preserve the freshness. But then we can map out further to the right here for these performance requirements, you know, well, how do I get that done? And then for variety, I need the performance requirements. Well, I need to have a regular menu of 12 donuts, rotating menu of premium donuts, and then seasonal special donuts, okay? And how do I get all this information? Well, it's through my internal brainstorming, but it's also by digging deeper into that voice of the customer and asking those follow-up questions. We understand they want great donuts, but now we need to get that voice of the customer to figure out what defines great donuts, and then ultimately, how do we perform that, and how can we come up with metrics and numbers that we can control? And ultimately, I want to keep mapping this out for performance requirements until I can come up with some metrics and some measurable things that we can know if we're winning the game or if we're losing the game. Example with coffee, you want coffee that tastes good. Obviously, if you drink coffee, that's what you want, coffee that tastes good. But what are the drivers? Well, I just want a good cup of coffee. Well, we can't just stop there. Well, what constitutes a good cup of coffee? Well, the customer is worried about the taste, the temperature, and the cost, okay? And so then I need to go into the CTQ requirements. Well, you know, for taste, well, can't be too acidic, and we want it to be rich. Well, now there needs to be a measurable value of what is too acidic and what is rich. And so again, maybe I need to do some testing with some customer base and see what is that range of acidity, and then how do I test and validate how acidic it is. Is there a dipstick test for it, or what? For richness, maybe it's different beans that I need to try. But I have a star on temperature here as a driver. Does somebody want to guess, out of taste, temperature, and cost, why would I put a star here? And I'm going to call this a super driver. Why would temperature be a super driver? Ro, what do you think? Okay, Kristen is guessing the most important. Okay, and I'm going to say that it's very important. We can figure and we can argue whether it's the most important, but I'm going to call it a super driver because temperature can drive the other results. And if you don't believe me, try it for yourself. Okay, as I vary the temperature, I can vary the taste. I can vary the acidity. I can vary the richness. As I vary the temperature, I can also affect the cost. Because of customer dissatisfaction, if the temperature is not right, it's going to cost me more to produce, because if they don't like the temperature, either one, they're going to stop buying from me, or two, they're going to hand it back to me, and I have rework that's associated with that. But also going back into the taste and the acidity and the richness. Temperature is actually going to drive how acidic it is and how rich it is. Also, the coffee bean itself will drive that, but temperature is one of the most controllable factors that you as a producer have. More likely to taste bad all around. Stop it, Kristen. All right, so you don't like coffee, but maybe you like tea or a hot cocoa, but you get the point, okay? And but I love coffee myself, and so but the right temperature is a very important driver. Okay, and so we're going to call it the super driver because it can impact and affect in a major way and in a direct way these other drivers. Okay, and Erica has a barista in the house. All right, good deal. And so what we want to do is we want to look and see, how does that apply to your real world project? Let's not just talk about coffee, but what are the super drivers? What are these super critical X's, CTXs, that are having the most impact and the most influence on your Y outcome? And again, notionally, we're going to define that, what that expectation is in the define phase. But then we're going to go try to prove it through a study in the measure and analyze and improve phases. Okay, so one of the tools that we can use when things are more on the subjective level is this quality function deployment house of quality. Give me a TU if you've heard of the house of quality or the quality function deployment. Okay, not a problem. We have a great video that that kind of walks you through this. And again, kind of at a high level, but this is more of an extended video, longer than some of your previous videos. And so I'm going to actually let you watch that video independently. But ultimately, what we're going to do when we start doing this quality function deployment is we're not just going to map out the high level steps like with a SciPoc. We would have in the process section of the SciPoc map, we would have things like product planning, product design, process planning, process control. okay? And those are the major functional task areas. In this image that you saw here, those would be the things that are occupying these blue boxes. Now you understand that there's a lot of discrete steps that are inside those particular areas, but those are the major functional task areas under evaluation with this project. Now, one thing that's important to recognize is you have an input, an X, to product planning, and then you have an output, which is what we'll call the little y, output, okay? And then it goes into technical requirements, and then this technical requirement that was an output of this stage is now an input to the product design. And so now what was an output is now an input. And then the output to the product design is key part characteristics. Okay, so that's a Y here, but now that Y becomes an input, an X, to process planning. And again, little y, key process operations, X into process control. And then your big Y is at the end of this cycle of interdependencies as far as we're scoping it. But in reality, we're passing this off to some other interdependency and some other operations that are happening. But for the purpose of our scope, this Y here is what we would consider to be the final outcome. Now I see a TD, Kim. Is that referring to you don't like my little Y's, big Y's? Or you just haven't experienced the QFD? No experience. That's fine. But what I want you to do is I want you to get this picture, okay? When we talk about this X and Y, really whether something's an X or whether it's a Y, or whether something's whether something is a cause, or whether it's some is a problem, or whether it's the cause, or whether it's the solution, all this stuff is relevant. It's relevant to where's your position. Where are you looking? Are you looking to the left or are you looking to the right? Are you looking at a cause? Or are you looking at an impact or an outcome? And can they be interchangeable? Well, it depends on what my scope is and what my direction of observation is. We're going to experience the same thing when we start talking about cause mapping, okay? But for now, for QFD, what we want to do is we want to start looking at what are the relationships between our customer requirements and their prioritization versus the technical requirements within our organization to satisfy that customer need, and how do we prioritize those technical requirements to establish targets. And so for this video, let me pull it up, and then I'm going to provide you the link, and you're going to watch it independently because of its length. And I'm afraid that we're going to have trouble because of how long it is. We're going to have trouble watching it as a group, and it's going to lag for some people because this is actually a 16-minute video, okay? But before you go into watching that video, there's something that I want to get established here because after we finish this little section on house of quality, then we need to go into the problem statement development. And in order to do that successfully, I need to know who's on what team, okay? And so go ahead and give me the names for team 1. Who is team 1? Kim, Leanne, Leanne, Laney, and what's the other name there? Erica. Okay. And who is team 2? Jerry, JC. Michelle, Jorge. Okay, I see a JC there on team 2. What is the JC? Okay. All right. Yes, Carlos. Okay, good. And team 3, Kristen. Should be everybody that's left, but I'll just validate. Kristen, Denise, Raul, and Kristen, Denise, Raul. Okay, and so we only have 3. Let's see. Juan is, let's see, Juan Garcia. Okay. Okay, so you're part of team 2. So team 2, from what I can see, has 5, and team 3 has 3. If you're telling me that that's a prudent decision, then I'm fine with that, and I will support that. If you decide that you need to have some more balance in numbers, then we'll make that adjustment. Okay, so it looks like, all right, and that Lean Six Sigma squad, I'm going to call you DAT LSS squad, you know, just for, you know, keeping it a little shorter, a little more real there. All right, Team Rock, all right, Team Rock Stars, all right, good. It is 3, and then do we have a name for Team 1? The Phoenician squad. I'm going to have to look up what a Phoenician means. Somebody want to tell me what a Phoenician is?
Because we all are based in Phoenix.
Oh, okay. A Phoenician is a person that lives in Phoenix. And see, I was feeling a little bit dumb there because I didn't know what a Phoenician was, but there's a reason that I don't know that because, you know, my mother used to live in Phoenix for a few years, and I went and visited in July, and I decided that Phoenix wasn't a place that I wanted to return to.
Understandable.
Yeah. No, I did actually go visit her in January and February, and that was lovely. But yeah, something about, you know, the 120 degrees, you know, I do some project support and project certification face to face in various areas of the Middle East, and it's kind of like, you know, you got to pay me to do that, you know. And so you can pay me to go to Phoenix, but yeah, Houston is hot enough for me. Have you been to Houston before? Any of my Phoenix people been to Houston? Looks like I got one blip on the scope. All right. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put you into your teams when we come back from watching the video. But before we go to the video, there is another video that we can watch together, and that's the Bruce Tuckman model of team development. This one's only a 6-minute video instead of a 17 or 18-minute video. And again, give me a TU if you're familiar with Bruce Tuckman model of team development, where we talk about forming, storming, norming, performing, and ultimately a journey. Give me a TU if you've seen that model before. Denise, good. Jerry, good. Kristen, all right, well, we'll get you over that curve here in a second. All right, so this will be good. And some of you, maybe by the time that we start getting into the video, you know, maybe you start to recognize it, but you know, this is a very popular model. It started out in the academia circles back in the 1960s, kind of like notional, but then it got taken quickly in the 1960s into the industrial world, into, you know, the business sectors, and they started deploying it. And leading up to 1975, when they said, hey, there seems to be something missing, and the original model just had the forming, storming, norming, and performing. But what was added in 1975, based off of real world pushback, was a journeying. Okay, and the journeying phase is very important. And you know, we make sure that when we get into the control phase of the DMAIC, that we're bringing all these journeying effects into being. And sometimes the journeying is soft, squishy side, like, you know, making sure that your team feels celebrated, respected, and rewarded. So it's on that soft, squishy side. But sometimes that a journey is on, you know, hard documentation side, making sure that we have the ability to control and sustain an improvement across time for whatever this team was brought together to do. Okay, and so sometimes it's about the concrete advantages of sustainability of changes or improvements in your system, and sometimes it's about, you know, just making sure that people feel well regarded, and respected, and rewarded, especially as we get into this storming phase. And one thing that he'll point out is, you know, some aspects about storming, but I want to add a little bit to that conversation when we talk about storming. So we'll play this real quick.
Wow, look at this. 94% of people believe company culture is important to an organization's success. Frankly, I have no idea what the other 6% are thinking.
I don't know what they're thinking either.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mike Friel, and I'm a faculty member here at Bellevue University. I'd like to talk to you for just a few minutes about a model of team development first proposed back in 1965 by Bruce Tuckman. Tuckman's model for team development describes how teams come together and start performing. He provides us with 4 different stages that we're going to talk about briefly here. These stages are what teams typically go through as they come together, learn what it is they're doing, and eventually start getting things done. The first stage is called forming. In the forming stage, team members come together for the first time. They get to know each other, and they learn from the leader just exactly what it is that the team's been tasked with. They will learn what the goals or objectives are for the team and what product or outcome, if any, is expected from them. They may be a little unsure as to why they were invited to join the team. They may ask themselves, what strengths do I bring? How could I possibly contribute anything in this team setting? At this stage, there isn't really anything getting done yet. The second stage is called storming. As you might guess, this is somewhat of a stormy period for team development. Once team members get to know each other, they try to figure out the pecking order of the team. Who has the power? As a team member, can I challenge the leader of this team? How am I going to be able to maximize my strengths in this team? There may be arguments about how to move forward, and during the storming stage, the team may become better focused on what the desired outcomes or the goals are for the team, but still, there's no performance or progression toward any of the goals yet. They still aren't functioning together. The third stage is norming. During the norming stage, there's an agreement as to each team member's role on the team and what they're responsible for. As a team, they learn what each other's strengths are and how they might function toward achieving the desired goals. There's a general respect for the leader and a clear understanding of the desired outcomes. In essence, the team is ready to function together, but again, they still aren't making progress towards the goals yet. Finally, in the performing stage, the team starts working together and progressing toward the desired outcomes. Generally, the teams are making decisions together, and although disagreements may occur, they are generally resolved within the team in a positive manner, which further contributes to positive outcomes. In high-performing teams, the team doesn't need to be instructed by the leader, who is generally seen as a resource at this point. Finally, the team is performing. One more stage that got added to the Tuckman model later on included adjourning. At this stage, team members have generally accomplished the goals they set out to meet, and they're ready to disband. But when you think about that, there's certain dynamics that come into play. Remember, there may be a high level of camaraderie that was created by working together, and now someone is saying that we don't need to work together anymore. This can be tough on teams. There may be a certain level of disappointment, and it could be an emotional time for team members. Keep this in mind as you work on your own teams. So, we have forming, storming, norming, performing, and adjourning. In real life, teams can progress from forming to performing very quickly and with minimal guidance. These high-performing teams seem to come together and start functioning right away. On the other hand, some teams come together and are unable to ever make it to the performing stage. To give you an example, have you ever been involved with a team or a committee where it just seems like you're spinning your wheels? It just seems like you never get anything done? In that case, what stage do you think you're in? Chances are you're somewhere in the norming or even the storming stages. The team is never really able to come together to start working on positive outcomes. Another issue affecting Tuckman's model includes changes to the team. In organizations, there's a lot of changes that affect how teams function. These could include changes in physical resources or technology, changes in budgets or financing, and even changes of personnel within the team itself. Let me give you a couple of examples. A well-functioning team in the performing stage is working towards some positive outcomes. However, let's say that some of the resources they are using get modified or removed. We usually hear this called doing more with less. It happens all the time. In this case, the team may revert back to the norming stage in an attempt to regroup and reevaluate how they will work together with limited resources. However, this may happen very quickly, and they may move back into the performing stage in no time at all. In some cases, though, this may throw off the team and they may not recover to make it back to performing. In another example, let's say you have a high-functioning team which is built around shared interests and trust. As the team is working well in the performing stage, there's suddenly an unexpected change in personnel. One team member is lost while another new member is gained. What stage do you think the team may revert back to? They're probably going to go back to the forming or storming stages. They need to learn about the new team member, and they also want to learn what is this new guy's strengths and where do they lie in the pecking order. What power does this new person have? What skills does this person bring to the team? It's possible that this can be resolved quickly and that the team moves back into the performing stage without any problems. However, you can probably see that there's potential for disrupting the team when certain resources, even human resources, change within the team. This has been just a short explanation of Tuckman's model of team development. I've added a couple of good articles at the end of the video, so you can click on those and download them. Remember, there are several models of team development. Tuckman's is just one of those. I encourage you to explore other models and how they may or may not be reflective of teams in your organization. Thanks for your time.
All right. Now, Jerry, you said that you love the storming phase, and I would like you to maybe elaborate on that. What part of the storming phase do you love?
I think being in that new group and being able to have really good discussions, I think, really can steer a good work group going on, right? Because at the end, we still need to perform and come out with a finished product. But I think, you know, if that is the necessary step, and I like it because, you know, you're able to you know, throw out ideas and really get to know the people that are there. And I think sometimes in groups, you know, we tend to keep ideas or things to ourselves, and then maybe later on we bring it up when it's already too late, right? That we're already in the performing stage, and it's too late to.
And it kicks you back. It kicks your team back, or it contaminates the results, right? If you suppress during what should have happened during the storming phase, and you go ahead and get into performing, and you find out that your team is not aligned, you're not on the same sheet of music, you're wanting to head different directions, you're not really ready to perform, are you?
Right.
Right. And so, out of all this stuff, I put a lot of priority attention towards the storming phase. So I appreciate you bringing all that up, Jerry. It's a very, very important phase. And, really, maybe for the first time ever in your organization, you can get this cross-functional team together. You can get people to, really tell the truth or expose, the vulnerabilities or say what they're afraid of or say what they're concerned about, but only if it's coached very well. And so this is a very important phase to have some real good coaching and some real good leadership, not just with one person, but think about those Canadian geese, make sure that, that baton of leadership gets passed around and we inspire the storming to happen. But of course, we keep it professional. If the storming starts disintegrating into name calling and cursing each other out, we as the coach, we step into that, a referee or whatever, we put it back on a professional basis. These are things that we go over for rules of engagement, before we even start the storming phase out. We say what it is that we're about to do. This is where conversations, when we do the thumb voting, and we're doing the thumbs up or thumbs down, we want to stop the team and find out, why is that thumb down? What is the concern? And let's go into some storming about this decision. Instead of, if you have 10 people on the team and 9 of them say, thumbs up, and one says, and you say, oh, well, majority rules. Well, what you did is you just avoided the storming phase. What we need to do is we need to draw out, why is that thumb down? And find out what that purpose is, or find out, can we draw a concession, or can we make a compensation, or can we entice that person, to at least, come to the thumbs to the side or the thumbs up, okay, as opposed to just railroading over the top of that person. Does that make sense? What's really important to recognize is that person represents a population in your organization, a population in the people that are going to be majorly impacted by whatever it is your organization is trying to do, or whatever changes or improvements you want to bring in. That person is representative of a voice that is out there in these different silos. And if you don't bother to go into the discovery phase during storming and find out, how do we get more alignment and agreement and engagement, or at least drive for consensus, then if you don't do that well within the team, and if you don't get good team alignment, you're not going to have any success really with getting organizational alignment if you can't align your own team. And so there's a lot of other things, that you can look into on the discrete level with the forming, storming, norming, and performing and adjourning phases. But I'll leave that to your individual reading. One other thing before I put you onto a break and into working groups, I want to talk about this Edward DeBono's 6 thinking hats. Again, I'll take a quick pulse. Is anybody familiar with the 6 thinking hats? As you see depicted on the screen here, have you seen this before? This is tremendous to bring into your brainstorming activities, okay? What you're doing is you actually assign roles to different team members, and maybe, one person has to have multiple roles. If you only have 3 or 4 or 5 people, somebody's going to have multiple roles, or you interchange these roles. And you have the blue hat is your process thinker. They're thinking about the big picture. They're thinking about thinking. They're thinking about what is needed and where we're at right now and what do we need to do next. And so it's all about process. Your red hat is all about feelings, intuition, hunches, instincts. How do I feel about this? How does it make me feel? How does it make other people feel? Yellow hat is about benefits, the positives, and typically, being a very optimistic view about what the advantages and benefits are. White hat is all about the facts, just facts, ma'am. What do I need? What do I know? What do I need to find out? How will I get the information that I need? Your green hat is about creativity, new ideas and possibilities, suggestions, and that can be changed, how things can be changed and improved. And then your black hat, a kind of a flip of the yellow hat. Your black hat is all about the negatives. You know, how is this going to go wrong? What problems could arise? You know, what are the undesirable effects? You know, the UDEs. What are the disadvantages of doing this? Okay. Now, what you need is to represent different people and different perspectives throughout your organization, across your silos, across your supply base, across your customer base. What wearing these hats during your brainstorming sessions does is it causes you to have some empathy towards some different perspectives that other people have. You may just be that consummate optimist, okay? But guess what? Not everybody across your supply chain is that consummate optimist. You might be that consummate pessimist, you know, more of this black hat person. But that doesn't represent the total population of interdependencies across, you know, your supply chain, or, you know, even within your customer base. And so by intentionally assigning these roles, and some organizations actually go out and buy different color hats, you know, if you're doing physical, you know, engagement, you know, together. And that's really where we need to get to, you know, get over this COVID crap and get back to where we're working side by side and doing this stuff in a room, okay? And even taking these type of courses live and in person. But right now, it's what we got. But you can assign these roles and responsibilities and make sure that we're looking at this problem study and where we're going to go and how we're going to solution for these different problems through these different prisms, through these different lenses of perspective. Does that sound fun? Yes? Okay, good. Now, we get into meat and potatoes. This is the centerpiece of Define. And oh, by the way, I'm going to have you go back to House of Quality video at a later time because I really don't want to expend the 16 minutes on that particular topic right now. I want to get you into your team so we can really start getting a point of where you're heading this week. And I need you to have a view of what it is that, you know, I need to generate from you and what your organization needs you to generate as the centerpiece of your whole Define phase. And then, you know, really that mass course customization is going to be based off of specifically what I see each of your teams identify on this problem statement. And so to say that this problem statement is important is kind of an understatement. This problem statement really, from regards to doing a performance improvement project, this is the centerpiece. This is what helps you break inertia with your organization. Make sure that you have the right team. Make sure that you focus on the right problem. And so we have two examples here. One is a good problem statement, and the other obviously is a bad. We'll start with the bad problem statement. It takes too long to process a material order form, and wrong parts are ordered. All that is an indictment. That's finger pointing. It doesn't really tell us anything. And if you're trying to draw resources from a mid-level manager, senior manager, or executive to work on that problem, you're going to have a problem because you haven't motivated anybody to do anything. All you've done is accuse somebody of doing a bad job. Okay. Now, what we need to do is we need to establish the what, the where, the when, the extent, and the impact. And I like it coming in that order when possible, okay? So the what, the material ordering process. Where? For Navy Base Southwest. Now you notice that doesn't say in the Navy supply system. It says specifically where is the problem that we're talking about, okay? Where are we going to scope this project? Now that project may go all the way across an enterprise, but that's outside of the scope boundaries of where you're writing the problem statement for. So be specific. Don't just say at Southwest Key unless you're working an enterprise project, but chances are you're going to work something more regional. So say, you know, the specific region or what have you. So anyhow, so you got the material ordering process for Navy Base Southwest takes in excess of 30 days. We love metrics. You got to have metrics. meaningful metrics in your problem statement. The problem has existed for the past year. A lot of good detail right there. 85% of orders require rework due to wrong parts. This has resulted in the postponement of 60 projects in the last 6 months. So again, we got the what, the where, the when, the extent, and the impact. Now, give me a TU if you were a resource decision maker in your organization. Would you dedicate resources to solve the problem that you just seen spelled out here? Are you motivated to help build a team? Dedicate one of your workers to go work on that problem. Okay, give me a TU if this good problem statement example motivates you to want to do something to correct it in your system. Okay, and that's what we want. We want the problem statement to be an enticement. Remember, we need the top management, we need the executives, we need the top management, we need the research, even mid-level managers. We need the management system to say, okay, this is worth solving. This is worth dedicating resources to. Or maybe even I want to be on that team myself. Or I want to, make sure that they're getting all the champion support that they need to have, and that everybody's playing nice in the sandbox with this team, because this is critical for our organization and we need to fix it. We haven't given all the business case here yet, but we see where we're going to develop the business case. See, with all these metrics, these numbers, a person that's in the business mindset, they're going to say, oh my gosh, this is going to have $1 million impact, or this is going to have $100,000 or a $50,000 impact, or it's going to be a $10 million impact, whatever that is. They're going to see those wheels turning. Sometimes we have enough information while we're doing the problem statement where we can even make that inference of, what the cost advantage is. But you don't have to build that. You can build that in your business case if you know that it's going to be $1 million savings in a 3-year period. Then, by all means, put that down. It's further enticement. If you don't know and you need to do a study and you need to work with your financial department, to get that, then that's fine. That's part of building your business case. But to break inertia in your organization and to get this whole thing started on the right track, what you need is a really good problem statement. Now, you may have to go back and change your problem statement after you start studying, what's really going on in your organization. That's fine. You need to get something to get you going. And so I put a lot of focus in this discussion because this is what your team is going to do to kind of help inform us. And oh, by the way, if you're worried about exposure or being exposed, my level of clearance is top secret SCI. So you have top secret and then you have top secret SCI. There's US senators that don't qualify for the level of clearance that I have. What does that tell you? Am I bragging to you, or what does that tell you? What do you know about me, the fact that I have a top secret SCI clearance? What should that tell you? Erica, what do you think? Need to know? It means that I can keep secrets. That's it. All right. And thank you, Ro. It means that I can keep secrets. In other words, I'm not tapping into what Southwest Key is doing so I can go tell this other organization how to overtake Southwest Key's business. If I conducted myself that way, I wouldn't be able to help organizations because I would be shut out and shut down. That's not my interest. Yeah, I want you to be honest. I want you to expose yourself. You can do things for scenario basis, okay? In other words, you could just make something up. I want it to be as realistic as possible for you, for your team, so you can actually take whatever it is that you start working on and actually developing it for a real world DMAIC performance improvement project, or at least you can go to your performance improvement branch and say, hey, we want to charter a project that's focused on this. And maybe your performance improvement branch says, hey, you know what, we already have a project going on, and let me assign you to that team, okay? Because you need to get that real world experience. But for right now, we're just going to take a swing at it, all right? So I want you to do some really good brainstorming with your team. We've already established who the team members are, and I'm going to give you some good time to start getting this first piece of documentation done. Use some meaningful metrics, even if you don't know what the exact numbers are right now. Remember, this is training purposes right now. Just put something on the paper that's realistic, okay, and that your team believes is realistic, but make sure that it has meaningful metrics like this 30 days and 85% and 60 projects, you know, that type of thing. As we leave this discussion about define, we start having an idea of what we're going to go out and measure in the real world. But really, it's these meaningful metrics that builds that enticement to the organization to kind of roll up their sleeve and help you out in taking care of this problem. Okay, so before I put you in your teams, let me know what questions you have right now. Floor is open for questions. Okay. Does each team have a way that you can connect with each other on a different platform, a SharePoint, I mean, something for your team to get together on? Okay. Yes. No questions on my end. All right, good. And so what I want you to do is I want you to take until 4:15 my time. So 15 after the hour, I want you to work independently with your teams, do some brainstorming, develop at least one problem statement per team, okay, before 4:15. And then we'll come back in, spend 15 minutes together, and I will release you 30 minutes early, as I discussed, as a bargain for your lunchtime. Does that sound good? Give me a TU if you're good to go. All right, great. And I'm gonna put down my number, make sure your teams have it. And oh, by the way, if you have an email from me, you have my number because it's all over the place on my emails. Call me or text me if your team needs some kind of coaching or assistance during this exercise, but I think you should be all right. I'm gonna leave the screen where it's at. Feel free to get onto an alternate platform, go onto a self break once you get into your team. You know, you can figure out if you need a break, you can do that within your team. All right, good deal. See you at a quarter. I appreciate the TU. Go ahead and give me some TUs if you're back. Looks like we got most back. I'm waiting on just a couple more. All right. So I know we have at least membership. I think there's one more, but we're going to go ahead and get started. And as I stated, our target objective is to leave at 4:30 today. But I want to leave you with a couple of things that you can think about this evening. And whatever your teams decided on for a problem statement, we'll consider that that's a good start. There may be some areas for refinement before you share with the other teams. And so tomorrow morning, each team is going to have the opportunity to outbrief the other teams what their problem statement is. But before we get that level of exposure, there's a couple of things that I want you to think about as individuals and as a team. So one thing is this formula for project effectiveness. And if I tell you E equals Q times A, with E equaling effectiveness and Q being the quality of the project times the acceptance of the project, how would you interpret that? That you need quality and acceptance to get effectiveness? Yes, absolutely, Erica. And that's exactly where we're trying to head to. I need to balance out the quality of the project and the acceptance criteria at the same time. In other words, throughout your organization, those people that are going to need to embrace whatever it is that you're going to want to do a project on, and then any changes that you drive from that project, what is your opportunity towards gaining acceptance? If that opportunity is like a 0, then you could have the best quality in the world. Ranked on a scale of 1 to 10, you got a quality project level 11. But if it's 11 times 0, you get 0 acceptance, even in one of your silos, then it's not an effective project. Same thing, if you have a project that everybody wants to do, but your quality of that project is going to be low, then your effectiveness is going to be, still at a very low or even at a 0 level. And so how do we get that balance? Well, we already talked about working and thinking across the silos and across interdependencies and thinking about horizontal communications throughout our organization, and starting to think about and engaging and getting the voice of the critical aspects across your interdependencies for the input side. And then we think about cross-functional teams and making sure that we have representation out of different silos. And even if each silo is not represented on the core team, that we have certain areas of the project activities that we make sure that we get that engagement cross-functionally, and that we get that support and engagement, and we get the voice of those different concerns throughout the organization. But the other aspect that we have to think about is the vertical alignment of your organization. And so, the top down, bottom up, which is going to be most successful, a top down project or a bottom up project? What do you think? Juan, do you think we should do our projects top down or bottom up? Should it be your senior leadership telling your process level workers what to do, or should it be your process level workers telling your senior leadership what they need to do? Which should it? It's going to give you the best results, Juan. Juan thinks bottom up. Does anybody agree with Juan? Laney, bottom up. Ah, Trinise, combination of the two. Erica, yes, they know best. Okay, and there's a lot of value in a bottom up deployment, and we're going to do the first test of this course is going to come on this subject line, and so we're going to look at. Hold on, let me find it. It's supposed to be in that folder. Hold on. Maybe it's in this other one. Oh, there it is. Here's your first test. Okay, if I tell you the arrow to the right is pointing towards southbound and the arrow to the left is pointing towards northbound, and this is a bus that's operating here in the United States. So right southbound, left northbound, which direction is this bus headed? Is it headed to the right or is it headed to the left? Go ahead and type in your response. Either right, left, or southbound, northbound, whichever way you want to express it. Okay, let's choose one or the other, or else you'll be like that video game that I used to play called Frogger, where you're in the middle of the street trying to decide and you get run over. Okay, Lainey says both, and Juan says it is parked. Okay, but which direction is it headed? Southbound or northbound? Jorge says to the right, and Kristen says to the north. And so here we have polar opposite responses. Now, the problem isn't the question. The problem is who I am asking the question. Okay, if I wanted to know with a sense of reliability whether it was heading right or left, north or southbound, what I need to do is I need to go ask some second graders or some third graders. Okay, and guess what they would tell me? They would tell me hands down, probably 10 out of 10 third graders that I asked this question would tell me that it's headed northbound. And why is that? Why, if I go to a bunch of third graders, they would tell me 10 out of 10 that it's heading northbound, where here as adults, we can't seem to agree on it. Yeah, language development. Who's getting on the bus today? Are you getting on a school bus?
No.
Okay, so what we need to do is we need to go talk to the people that are getting on the school bus today, and they would tell you readily, yeah, it's heading northbound because they can't see the door. Okay, to a small child, a bus, especially a blunt nose bus, can look very similar. But whoever their adult sponsor was, whether it's a parent or custodian or whatever, would train and teach them, to walk behind the bus, because if they walk in front of it, they could get run over. They're too short, they can't be seen. And so, they're used to getting on that bus, and they're used to looking for certain clues, like where is the door, okay? And so, if you think from the perspective of the door would be on the other side of the bus because you can't see it, then you would know that that's northbound. Okay, and so why did I tell that story? Well, it's kind of important because it kind of bolsters that response of, yeah, bottom up. We need to focus our improvement projects from the feedback that we're getting from the bottom up, the people that are actually doing the job, not 20 years ago, not 15 years ago, but who's doing the job today? What are those hot issues? But we also we have to garner the support and the engagement of the top down, and we need to know things that we just don't know at the process level worker domain. We need to know things about, you know, strategy and vision and resources that we just don't have the knowledge of. And so this spot in the middle, it's not really a bullseye. It's what I would call a wrestling ring. And that's where we need to do that great storming, right? Jerry, that's the part that you look forward to, right? We need to do that great storming in that zone in the middle as a wrestling ring. And we need to get in there and we need to do some wrestling about even what it is that we're going to select to work on as a project, or what project improvement decisions we're going to make along that journey. And so that vertical alignment that needs to be undertaken is as important as that horizontal alignment of what we need to decide on and what decisions we need to make along the way. Another thing that starts to formulate your perspective about picking a particular project or decisions that you're going to make along that journey, you can use this pick chart, where you start thinking about things from the perspective of, you know, is it going to have a big payoff or is it going to have a little payoff? Is it going to be easy to do or is it going to be hard to do? So something in this upper left-hand corner means that it would be a big payoff and easy to do. Something in the right-hand zone that's high but far to the right means that it's going to be hard to do, but it's still a big payoff. Things down here would mean that it's a little value and little payoff, and of course this is little value and hard to do. So this can be easy, this can be hard. And as you start thinking about different elements of that problem statement or of solutions that you want to approach to resolve issues, then you start mapping this out as a team. Now, first, you can start kind of notionally processing through it. Now, some people call the stuff in the lower right-hand corner here, they call this the kill zone. I don't really believe that there should be a kill zone. In other words, you know, just get rid of it because it's hard to do and it's a little payoff. What I like to do is challenge, well, what makes it hard? Is it because of some kind of regulatory constraint or an SOP or policies and procedures? Well, those things can be changed. Even regulations and laws can be changed. It's a matter of, you know, is it going to be worth that effort? But the challenge is to try and get things as far to the left and as high as possible. And those are the things that you brainstorm with your team. If you have something in these other zones, well, how do I make it more of a payoff? And how do I make it easier to do? Sometimes just having the right team membership makes things easy to do. Having the right project sponsors makes something easy to do. So we brainstorm that and we figure out, you know, who do we need as a project champion within the organization or even external of the organization to make it easier to do, okay? And to eliminate possibly some of what those risks are. And the only other thing that I want to introduce before I send you off for the day is tomorrow we're going to be looking at these videos having to do with Hoshin planning in this X matrix. And I'm not going to fully introduce this yet. I just want to get the concept in your mind. When we look at these videos tomorrow, what we're going to do is we're going to look at a way to align the activities of your organization with the executive strategies and upper management strategies and vision for the company. And so with this X matrix, down here in the bottom corridor, you have the what, the 3 to 5 year breakthrough objectives for the whole organization. What is the executive leadership and the senior leadership viewing as your target breakthrough objectives? This is the vision that your organization wants to achieve. And then on the left-hand side, you have the directions for the senior management and middle management. This is the how far. What is the annual objective that supports those 3 to 5 year objectives? So you see these little radio dials here. That means that this annual objective and this annual objective connect to this strategic objective, and so forth and so on. And then you have up here in the north, you have the actual performance improvement project opportunities. In other words, what performance improvement project, like a DMAIC project, can you do to support an annual objective that supports that 3 to 5 year goal and objective? Over here to the right, you have the KPIVs, key performance input variables, and KPOVs, key performance output variables. These are the target metrics. And so, yeah, I'll answer that question about that 15-minute video here in a minute, Juan. So here, if you start mapping out this way, and again, we'll watch this video tomorrow, but if you start thinking along these lines, if you want to do a performance improvement project, how does the improvement project that you want to do, how does that support an annual objective that supports a major strategy or a major vision for your organization? And so this is where we start challenging, does my project idea have connectivity? Okay, so those are a couple of the thoughts that I want you to think about. And then tomorrow we'll discuss the who column over here, which is really the RACI, who's responsible, accountable, who we're going to collaborate with, and who we're going to inform. So we'll get into all that discussion tomorrow. I want to, oh my goodness, I'm already a minute late, okay? So I'm gonna be 2 minutes over the mark here. I want you tonight to look back at your problem statements that you worked with as a team, and I want you to put on this blue hat first, your thinking hat. Think about thinking, okay? And think about, you know, do I have that connectivity? Am I going to gain that acceptance through the organization? It doesn't mean that you automatically have the acceptance. Do you have a path to build the acceptance? Can you build a consensus? And so you may not ever get an agreement. Can you build a consensus? And then, you know, put on these other hats. You know, look at your problem statement, put on these other hats. Think about how other people throughout your organization and beyond your organization are going to think about your particular improvement project. And then having had that thought, tomorrow I'm going to give your team some more time to see if maybe you have some fine adjustments that you want to make on your problem statement, and then we'll give you the opportunity to share that with the other team members. So with all that being said, I'm opening the floor for discussion. So I have Juan has a question. Should we watch the 15-minute videos tonight? You can watch it tonight. You can think about thinking and stay on the problem statement. I'm okay with that being on the back burner for right now. So you prioritize the you know, engagement with your team on the problem statement. But thank you for bringing up the question, Juan. Any other questions? Okay. Well, with that, I have run you 5 minutes late. And so I apologize for that. So we can start the class at 9:05 in the morning, 9:05, okay? Be here or be square. And think about your problem statement. Think about what you owe your team, you know, for input to your problem statement. And with that, you know, like I say, the fact that we have that 16-minute video on back burner, I'm not too concerned about that right now. All right, we'll get around to it. Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks. Bye. Thank you, Jerry.